Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Westeros. We are coming at you live with the Sea of Spears, episode number 16. We are making it so far. We're getting close to wrapping up the 2019 calendar year. We are cruising our way from name day to holiday, still making our way through the Princess Myrcella's name day tourney, but we have wrapped up the melee. And what we've got coming at you tonight is just going to be a night at the Greentree. It's going to be the after party with the victorious House Nymerian from the Grand Melee, the climactic orgy of violence that every young girl wants to celebrate her birthday with, where you guys beat up her dad so well that the King's Guard and the Hand of the King and cooler heads prevailed before anybody got just fucking brained. And the draw got called a win by King Robert because by the 7 he wanted to give away some money. So you guys are kind of rock stars in King's Landing tonight. Nobody remembers exactly whose idea it was to come back to the Greentree. Nobody remembers when or where they change or if they've changed clothes. So we're gonna kick off with describing your characters and like what they're up to mid feast and beverages and dancing and singing in just a second. Before we do that, I'm gonna remind everybody that we have the Iron Throne looming overhead. Hopefully, the home team won't be needing a lot of destiny points tonight, but bits yeah, bits and cheers and likes and subscriptions and all that imaginary Twitch money helps you beat the stream boss. And when you beat the stream boss, you have seized the Iron Throne. And when you seize the Iron Throne, you can give a destiny point to the character of your choice, not necessarily player character. It can be any of our lovely and talented PCs, but it can also be your favorite NPC, your character from the books or the shows or from our stream here, just whoever's jumped out at you as dope. You can give them a destiny point, which can be a mechanical effect, or they can be spent for some narrative stuff. So that's going on. Whoever has the Iron Throne at the end of the stream gets a royal boon to grant to the house or other organization of their choice, and that's going to have some narrative stuff that can trickle into future episodes. So that's going on. If you're enjoying the show, make sure to like and subscribe and cheer and all that stuff. While I've got everybody here, before we start on our round robin of introductions, let's have Robert or Ash, if you can, drop a link here in the chat because we now have some episodes available as podcasts. A couple of our lovely and talented voice talent are working their way through prior episodes and are hosting them now as a podcast. I think you guys have like the first 4 ready to go. So we've got more of those coming. But for those of you that like your entertainment piped directly into your ear holes without your eye holes getting in the way, it's like if you like to listen to stuff while you drive or whatever, you can now start to check us out as a podcast and work your way through back episodes and get all caught up and then be ready to roll. So let's go. Yeah.
Just to add real quick, for those who can't see or can't get to the link, we are also the Google Play podcast app. You can just search for Sea of Spears. We're right there.
Yay!
Yeah. So we are at seaofspears.podbean.com is the link that just got dropped in the chat. We'll make sure that when this video gets posted on YouTube, there'll also be a link to the various podcasts. So if you're watching this on YouTube, click around somewhere below our lovely smiling faces and look for those links if you're wanting to get caught up as well. Let's hand it over to Robert. Robert, who are you? Who are you playing? And what is your character up to as we jump in media res during celebrations later that evening in the Greentree?
Who am I? Well, that is a question I've been trying to answer for a very long time. But that doesn't matter. Who I am right now is a player playing this game. I'm playing Luke Harris, the oldest son, the third oldest of the family. He, I think, acquitted himself pretty well in the melee, even though he got basically knocked out. And that seems to be happening a lot. Um, right now, it's hard to say. I think Greentree, probably someone on the rowdier table. I'd imagine there's Lou guy nearby. Let's just say two separate, big old like horns of ale, one in each hand, just going back and forth.
Shirt or no shirt? We kind of have to check most scenes. We have to check on that.
At the moment, amazingly shirt. May not be his, but it's a shirt.
Alrighty. And who do you want to introduce next? It's your call.
Oh, let's go to the oldest sister.
Oh, that's me. I'm Felicia, and I play Lady Raina Nymerian. I am the eldest of our little clan and heir to the house because we are Dornish, and they actually allow women folk to have a place in the line and some power. So, I am currently. I did not joust in the tourney, but I did participate in the melee. I had the abject honor of getting smashed with the hammer of the king and flying, oh, I don't know, 20, 30 feet.
To be clear, that's not a euphemism for anything. It's King Robert, so it's important to clarify that. He actually did hit her with a giant fucking warhammer in front of everybody, but she didn't die, and that's important.
I did not die. I did get back up. But, and at this time, I am not wearing armor. I am in casual wear, casual Dornish wear of layers, filmy layers with, kind of a banded top, but with layers over it so it doesn't look just like a bandeau. And her hair is down, and she is flushed from drink, but is sitting at a table and sitting back, sort of surveying the party and looking rather self-satisfied.
And who's up next?
I assume that somewhere close to me is Bela, for she is my twin.
Yep, I'm Erica, and I play Bela Nymerian. I'm the younger twin to my older sister, and so we just finished with the melee, and I was the last one from our team who hadn't been nearly knocked out. It was just me and Robert Baratheon when his Kingsguard interrupted the melee. So who's to say what would have happened? Maybe I would have won. We'll just leave it at that thought. I am also in more casual clothes. My armor is off. I'm in flowy, light clothes, and I am with the rowdier patrons of the Lugai and my brother Luke, and raising a horn of wine, cheersing everyone, and carrying on with a good time. And I do have to give a big shout out to my younger brother Adam, who was very important in talking us up throughout the battle.
Well, you're welcome.
And let's go to Adam/Ash then for our final introduction.
I'm Ash. I play Adam Nymerian, the youngest sibling, who was taking very much a support role during the melee, talking smack to various people trying to put down Team Nymerian, and kind of giving bonus dice through that, through doing that. Very proud of how they've all done. So yeah, joining in with the celebratory drinking will probably not have changed clothes because he was already dressed fairly nicely. But yeah, like depending on where we are in the evening, he may have like had to like open his doublet a bit or something because it's getting rowdy.
Rowdy. and warm.
Yeah, definitely warm.
So that is right where we are going to go ahead and pick up then. It's just mid good cheer, mid hollering and hallooing, and everybody's kind of boisterously going on about the fight. A couple of the Lugai have come and gone. You have not seen Marita Lugas yet this evening, but you might have just missed her because Nathan, of course, is going on and on just very loudly. He's kind of dropping in and out of the party. It's not uncommon for some people to head outside to loose some ale, or to catch some air, or to bounce around with a pretty girl right across the street at the brothel that's associated with and also owned by Lyle Brewer, the same guy that runs the Greentree. So he's kind of been
a brothel in this establishment.
He's like, Luke is like, what? That's so crazy.
I hope no one thinks poorly of us.
But yeah, Nathan has been coming and going very loudly. Orton Lucas has been coming and going a little more quietly. He's still kind of in good cheer. You suspect he had some money riding on the team because his brother Nathan was on the team. So he's been, he's not the party up sort, but Nathan makes up for it by being loud and boisterous enough for the rest of the family. Several of the serving girls here at the Greentree are laying it on thick and adding to the mood of good cheer. You suspect that a few of them are nigh interchangeable with women from Lyle Brewer's other establishment. When he's expecting a particularly rowdy crowd, he probably brings in some of the working girls. So it's been a pretty solid party, and you've had some outsiders coming and going, folks you haven't noticed necessarily around in other nights. There's a singer hanging out and regaling everybody, so it's not just Nathan Lugas kind of yelling the words to songs. There's an actual singer, so it's not just that. Red Riot Connington has been hanging out, showing surprisingly good cheer, as Nathan Lugas has a Connington family shield now propped up against a wall alongside the shields that he took from people in the joust. There's not the same money for the way this particular melee worked. You didn't have to ransom back your stuff or anything, but people expect that some Lugas will do this sort of thing, and it's considered kind of in good faith if a Lugas goes and demands their shield of you. It's kind of an accepted thing because so many melees do still require ransoms or the like. So he definitely has that shield going.
Lucas is gonna Lucas.
Yeah, and you've seen it seems like about every third time you glance at Nathan, he's play acting the headbutt with Ronnet Connington that finished Ronnet off and then left Nathan exposed for the next, but he's going on and on about that. And you're like, he's gonna hurt himself before the night's over. The drunker he gets, the closer it is to a real headbutt, But Red Ronnet Connington, the Stormlander and Knight of House Connington, with flaming red hair and a dashingly oiled beard and stuff. He's here with just kind of a good-natured smile, despite Nathan just going on and on and on about it. Sir Balin Swan is here. The handsome and lantern-jawed. In my head, in the books, he's described as good-looking in a rough-hewn sort of way, so he's not pretty good-looking. I think of him as kind of a young Aaron Eckhart, so he's got that kind of Hollywood square jaw, kind of that masculine action hero chin type of look, but
I'm definitely here for it.
Balin Swan is here. He is not as kind of overtly cheerful as Red Ronnet Connington, but he's not unpleasant. And at one point, Nathan talked shit with Swan about losing to a squire, and Balin was just look at him. because he lost to Oris. They're like, what the fuck, bro? So it's been, and people tend to not tease Balin Swan very much. He's a pretty big dude, and well known in certain circles. He's like, hey, at least I heard him. I heard him worse than he got hurt all through the Squires joust. So, like, I did better than 6 other So he's here just in, fairly good cheer. Lothar Brune is here, the sellsword. Not a knight, just the working man mercenary that you guys crossed blades with in the melee, and Oris's best friend from the feast in the Red Keep, where they sat in companionable silence for hours. Lothar's here just soaking up the free drinks and some food and just, a good-natured cheer like, hey, I lost to the winning team. There's no shame in that to a sellsword. Like, that's still helping make a name. So he's here with kind of a mild smile on his face. He is an even more rougher-hewn kind of Balin Swan look. Like, if we've got, like, Lucaris or a Tyrell boy at, like, the pretty end of handsome, right? And then you've got Balin Swan, who's, like, jock handsome. Lothar Brune is kind of not bad looking, right? Like, he's got a nose that's been broken and reset a couple times, couple of scars around his face from living a rougher life, a little more sun on his skin, little more wrinkles around the eyes, not bad looking, but not like, ooh, Sir Garland, so you've got kind of a spectrum set up. Thoros of Myr has appeared and vanished a few times throughout the night. He's always made a big show. Anytime he re-enters the party, he's very pointedly adjusting his red robes, either because he's bragging about the huge piss he just took, or because he came from across the street. Either way, it's like the exact same, proud of himself. This is not how priests are supposed to act in our faith, but, it's Thoros. So he's coming and going and drinking a bunch.
That old saying, "When in Rome," except the exact opposite of that for him.
Yeah, he's supposed to be spreading the word. He's not supposed to act like the locals. He's supposed to carry the faith of Relor with him everywhere he goes. So, if it burns a little after either of those visits, that's just Relor spreading the good news. And, like, that's a joke that he'll make. He's not scared. And then we've got Alisane Mormont and Lil Robert Frey hanging out. And again, it's sort of like, hey, we lost to the team that won, so that's cool. So they're just hanging out, having some good cheer. Lil Robert is doing some drinking and looking, pretty feisty compared to how you've seen him in prior meetings where he was getting kidnapped by his cousins and dragged into the woods tied to a pole, or crying because he got cut from the team to make room for big Robert Baratheon. But like he's in a pretty good mood, so that's neat. Alisane Mormont, you don't remember seeing her sober, like, since the melee. You're not sure exactly when she started drinking or what she started drinking, but she's been drinking. So she's just roaring out all the wrong lyrics. Anytime somebody starts singing something, she sings along with gusto and not accuracy or skill. Just yeah, and having a good old time. Occasionally, your cousin, the Will of Will, has been posing Byronically in his own booth or in a corner or whatever. Sometimes he's not around, sometimes he is. And the singer, Harwin the Harper. You recognize him, young Adam. He has been a traveling singer for quite some time. And about 2 or 3 years ago, he was entertaining House Manderley for a time. He's
cool.
actually a singer from the north that made a big show of coming south and going back north, bringing music back and forth, whichever way he goes.
Nice. That's right up Adam Street.
So he's hanging out and singing the occasional song. So that's kind of the regulars in the party. I almost forgot. Bessa of Fleabottom is hanging out, providing these huge mounded giant handful, big yeasty soft rolls that actually complement quite nicely Lyle Brewer's stew/soup that you've all been munching on throughout the week as the kind of default meal here at the Greentree. It's this thick barley soup that's kind of a stew because it's been a soup cooking down for so long. But it's like a thick barley with some potatoes, onions, carrots, the occasional leek, sometimes a piece of meat. He doesn't say what kind. It probably varies. So it's just whatever he gets cheap. But Bessa of Fleabottom is hanging out. Her daughter is not with her playing chaperone tonight. So her big yeasty rolls aren't the only handfuls that people are getting if they ask nicely. She is very saucily making her way from lap to lap, much like the serving girls in the Greentree, and just living it up
for her.
because
Yeah, good for her. Good for her.
her boy hit the king earlier today and nobody died for it. So she's feels like she can do anything. So yeah, she's having a great old time. And she's just hanging out, and like, if she wasn't planning to take you up on your offer to come back to Wyvern's Rest, it looks like she might be angling for a job at the Greentree. She's just like fitting right in and acting like a co-owner of this joint. So she's having a great time, and she's been hanging out. She did also leave the room at the same time as Thoros of Mir at one point.
What?
Yeah.
Don't know. Who knows?
Other religions.
Just, you noticed that they were both gone at the same time at one point. So to say everyone's having a good time would be a bit of an understatement. And
As we say in my country, go on yourself.
so that's how we're starting. Just that's the crowd y'all are looking at. That's mostly the list of NPCs, chat, that you'll be calling from in not that order. I've got a list of them hit up, so if things slow down, some NPCs and some conversations and stuff will spring out. But let's just hand it over to the players. That's the stage that has been set. Let's have some fun at the Greentree.
Okay. Luke is going to be in the absolute middle of this madness, just trying to draw as much attention to himself as possible. This is he's very comfortable in this scenario. So
Yeah, he has favored terrain, raucous party. So he's got no penalties for environmental modifiers this sort of thing. He's having a good time.
So are you like reenacting some of the maneuvers we were pulling off in the melee? Is that what you're doing? Telling stories?
oh no, I am just leaning back, letting people come to me.
Holding court.
I'm holding court, yes, in my castle here, clearly.
Yours.
Look. Anyone who didn't know better would think you'd fought the king.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm not that stupid.
Oh, wait, are you calling our sister stupid? That would be a bad idea.
I would never do such a thing.
Out loud.
They are very brave, sometimes to a fault.
Ah,
It's not
yes,
a
we are.
fault.
Ah, you pulled it off, so I guess I can't complain too much.
Yeah, I want to propose a toast to
Very well.
my dear siblings, to Reyna, Bela, and Lucaris. You have today stood toe to toe with the highest in the realm and lived to tell the tale. I salute you.
Here we go. And I have a toast as well.
Hey, hey, rah, rah, roaring off screen. Everybody gets quiet for you guys because it is kind of your party. But then as soon as as you announce a toast, like everybody stops. They wait, they roar their approval, they take a drink, and then they get quiet again. So it's like Luke's turn, but like every NPC in the joint is right on board.
Mine is just to learning new things. I'm learning a lot about different religions today with Thoros Amir here. I look around for him. And I also learned...
Thoros toasts himself and takes a premature drink.
I also learned the warrior apparently has tits. Did you see Bela out there?
Hey.
Bessa
They
shouts,
also-
"No, she doesn't!" and jiggles hers.
We may have to disagree, ma'am. I'll raise a drink to her as well.
Everybody roars their approval, takes a drink.
Yes, also to Bessa of Flea Bottom for keeping us all fed through the whole thing.
Kept our strength up.
Damn right.
Another round. Everybody toasts with a big yeasty roll. If they've got one at hand. If not, they drink or both.
Yes, that's a Lucaris toast if ever I heard one.
Right. We'll give drink it all. Drink to all of it. And I look terribly uncomfortable because I don't know what to say. And I sit back down.
I'm gonna stand up and say, "Damn right," and then I'll just continue to cheer. Like you make a point.
So, yeah, each and every toast is enthusiastically agreed with and returned and celebrated with a hearty drink.
Excellent.
I'm gonna look around for any serving girls who might have red hair. I'm in a red-haired mood. I'm gonna call them over.
You're always in a red-haired mood.
I'm in a lot of moods.
Sure, there's one with kind of red gold hair, kind of a strawberry blonde gig. No, like, through and through northern lass redhead. But yeah, there's like a strawberry blonde gal, Gemma, that you have learned the names of most of these girls throughout the week.
I'm very personable.
We know.
So that's what I'm doing. Call her over, kind of flirt with her a little bit, continue to drink, listen to everybody around me, more or less let action come to me. I'm taking it very easy. Also, I got beat up pretty bad, so everything hurts when I move.
Right? That's why I sat back down.
I'm not feeling too bad.
Well, I mean that's the effect of the drink. You feel less feelings. That's what's good about it.
Feel less feelings.
I'm going
Feel
to drink.
less, you feel more.
I'm
Depends
going
what the
to-
feelings are.
I plan on drinking until I can't feel feelings anymore.
Hey,
Let's
Adams.
drink to that.
Speaking
Go
of
a little
Adams-
easy on the drink. We got a field trip later for you.
What?
Pat him on the shoulder.
What have you got planned later?
Yeah, just stuff.
Did you say a field trip?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, not to an actual field, but
Well, thank goodness for that. I don't want to go to a field.
yeah,
So
but I'll
play
date a
night
field.
archery?
You want to go back to a field.
Just get drunk and see you can hit some targets at 100 paces.
Yeah, something like that.
You know what? I've never actually.
Maybe A pace.
I've never tried doing archery drunk. I imagine it wouldn't go very well. The only safe place to be would be right in front of the target.
Fortunately, your bow is not needed.
Uh,
Only your shaft.
Oh. Oh no, you don't mean. I'm all right
You know
actually.
what? Also, too, we got a reward. Oris, am I coming over here for a minute?
Speaking of
I'm gonna go talk to
speaking
Oris.
of Adam's
minute, bye.
feelings, Oris has just been drinking broodingly in the corner.
He does
that-
everything perfectly.
He hasn't been his usual boisterous, talkative self. He has been here since you guys arrived, presumably. He probably did stuff with your armor when you needed him to. He is still wearing his, like, gambeson, but, like, the quilted jacket is, like, hanging open unfastened and stuff from the heat, and he's just kind of sitting off in a corner with a couple big bottles of brewer's strong stuff, and just drink it by himself over there. So you're probably gonna have to go get him.
Yeah, I mean, like earlier with the toasting, Adam would have maybe gone to include Oris in the people he was toasting, and then kind of gone. I don't
know. I'm gonna get up, and I'm kind of in flirting with this serving girl. I'm gonna kind of direct her up, and then kind of direct her to sit down on Adam's lap. Say, careful, his leg, and I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna go talk to Oris.
She's just gonna leave Adam with a lap of girl.
His sister's right there. He's fine.
She coos something about not his leg, and then giggles as you saunter off. Oris just kind of looks up at you through his unkempt mane of shaggy black hair, which is no longer back in a ponytail, yada yada, since you guys are hanging out. He's doing his whole, just kind of hiding from the world behind his glossy black hair.
I'm going to direct another serving person to bring me a hoard of what he's drinking. I'm just going to sit down with him for a moment.
It's a port, a strong wine that he's been chugging to get drunker than most. Brewer doesn't keep hard spirits around, so the port is what they got.
I'll just kind of let the mystery set as we can focus on somebody else for a minute.
Okay. Do you want to go back to the sisters and the no doubt very comfortable Adam?
Oh, fucking hell, I'm dying inside. Probably Adam's trying to kind of beam psychically to Bella and Raina, help me!
I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna clap him on the shoulder and give him a nod, and then I'm going to find cousin Will of Wills.
You abandoned him. I'm gonna talk to our hot cousin. You got this, right, brother? Bye.
Looks like you need a privacy here.
Yep, cousin Will is standing in the corner, looking all cool, ankles crossed. One hand
brooding by themselves in individual quarters.
He's not brooding, he's posing. He doesn't have to brood anymore because he got Scorpion back. His week was a win. So he's just hanging out with his thumb hooked in his sword belt and his hand not terribly far from the hilt of Scorpion, his ancestral blade, which is basically what drew him here this week. But his free hand does have a drink in it, and he's just kind of giving a small smile at the carryings on of the other folk around. So yeah, his is very much posing, not brooding. He's just looking cool, like a cat, off by himself, being all dark and Dornish in the heart of King's Landing, in this inn full of rowdy Stormlanders and that sort of thing.
Yeah, so I'll come up to him and I'll sort of glance down at the sword that he got back, and I'll say, I'm glad I could help you get that back this week. Seems like a long time ago now, and the melee, holy crap.
He lets out a sharp little bark of a laugh. He goes, yes, it's only too bad that Sir Geta de Chanin left town so quickly and mysteriously after returning it to me. Yeah. But, yes, the important thing is Scorpion is returned, and the victors receive their spoils. I'm only sorry, dear cousin, I was not of more use in the melee. Alas, the charging Reach Knights caught me unawares.
It's bound to happen. It's very chaotic. I almost was taken out myself by some charging behemoths of some men. So, what are you gonna do with this bonus money? Got any plans?
No, nothing in particular. Perhaps hire some blades to bring back to Will. That together our houses might continue to guard the Stoneway. But other than that, who knows?
Hi, well, it's been great seeing you this week. I'm glad we could help each other out, and here's to blood.
He toasts that. He goes, indeed, and perhaps we may yet be of some use to each other before returning to Dorne. We will see what the rest of the tourney has in store.
Not quite sure what he means by that, but I'll toast it and go along with it. Indeed.
We are not safe at home until we are safe at home, yes?
Yes, I understand that. There are many here who would wish ill upon us.
So yeah, that's. He just seems to be in kind of a wry, smug, good
Okay, yeah. We'll chat. I'll just chat with him about the week we've had so far, like good fights in the tourney, the melee, that sort of stuff for a little while.
Yeah, and he's just kind of he's not looking to get like drunk and let his guard down. He's
Okay.
sipping, like he's taking a drink when everybody has a toast, but he's taking a sip, not a gulp. He's just like, no, he's gonna keep his wits about him. The drunker the Stormlanders get, like the more sober he wants to feel. That sort of vibe. So like, yeah, he's just kind of enjoying the party in a reserved, kind of designated swordsman type of way. Yeah, pleasant conversation. He's not being aloof or withdrawn with you. He's just not part of the most raucous, out of control bit of the party. So yeah, he's like, it's friendly. He's just not on the same wavelength necessarily.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah,
so I'll spend a few minutes there, the rest of my drink, or however long it takes, before excusing myself.
What's Raina up to?
I'm watching Adam curl up inside himself and die slowly.
So, you cruel scorpion woman!
Just like... Hey, let's...
Yeah,
like he's all the colors at once.
yeah.
And a few new ones.
Probably trying to escape from out from under this woman. I was actually just about to go and speak to Orton, so I'm going to need you to move. I'm terribly sorry.
By the way, I imagine the more he like squirms, the more she misreads that.
Yeah. He's not living his best life right now.
That's not.
After
Okay.
it's
After
it's down to basically just you there, because Raina isn't like intervening or saying anything, but she'll like lean down with a blush, and she makes a big deal of like cooing in Adam's ear to everyone else to see her doing this tantalizing little lick of the lips right there to blow in his ear. But then she whispers, she's like, "Do you honestly want up, sweetie?"
Oh, she's sweet.
You
We're
seem
taking
very.
this one home.
You seem very nice, but yes, please. Yeah.
And then she straightens up as though he's gotten handsy, like jolts upright, and her eyes are wide, and she goes, "Oh!" and she stands up, and as she half steps away, she makes a big show of smacking one of his hands as though like he groped her off his lap. Like to everybody else, like Raina, you're close enough. You see that he didn't actually provoke it. But to anybody outside of like arm's reach, it looks like young Adam just got a little bold, and she's like, "I'm just a waitress, right?" And she gives him a smack and saunters away, in that good-natured tavern wench in a fantasy story that really liked the flirting, but blah blah blah. You know, like in real life, if a lady jumps out of your lap and slaps you on the hand, fucking leave her alone, right? And don't flirt with waitresses. The waitresses,
Dear
it's
all
their job.
viewers, the waitresses are busy. They're at work. Don't harass them.
But in a fantasy setting, in a good-natured tavern thing, she makes it look like he just got even for this party, he got a little bold and handsy, and young Adam the Archer
That must have
has
been handsy for this
offended
party.
Right?
offended her, so off she is stomping in a huff.
I like to think we don't just entertain, we also educate. Please come to us to get your moral lessons, everybody.
But yeah, I mean, it looks like as soon as Adam's sister left, or his younger sister, youngest of his sisters left, he just figured like maybe Raina's not watching, and like he went for stuff you're not supposed to go with on the waitress because she just got up and flounced away.
So for Luke, this is a pretty believable performance. Do I buy this from across the room?
Because you're drunk and across the room, yeah.
Oh, I'm going to comment. I gotta get that kid laid.
Oris,
I'm gonna look at Oris and go, did you know how handsy he gets?
I've been deliberately watching horror films all week, and it's not making me feel nearly as scared as I am right now.
Oris lets out a gruff little chuckle and good luck.
Right, we'll definitely have to get that under control. Can't take him anywhere if he's gonna be grabbing all the waitresses.
Like he's a bold one, that Adam the Archer.
You wouldn't think it, but apparently, right?
Oh god, the deadpan is.
But you know what? He's got our blood in it, and it survived this long somehow. So I'm not that surprised.
You guys kill me.
Speaking of which, Oris, you did really good this entire weekend. Who knew we were bringing such a goddamn night to be?
He gives an Orisian-sized shrug, as though he's not certain that that's going to happen, but gives a sardonic little toast to himself and downs the rest of that, like, tankard of strong port.
I will attempt to down mine as well to match him. Well, I will down it, but it's going to have probably more effect than him. I'm no amateur, but he is huge.
Right?
I'll kind of lean in and go, what do you want to do after this? You want to go back to following Willie Will around? You pick a hell of a man at arms, or...
Doesn't matter what I want. It's going to be up to Will what happens to me next.
You say that, but you're of age. You can make your own decision at this point. Hell, there's probably a half a dozen knights in town who'd be willing to knight you after that performance you pulled off. You only need to go back to Willie Will if you want to.
I owe him. I need to go back to him, but I've done literally everything he ever told me not to do except spawn a bastard. But to make up for it, I hit the fucking king twice square in the head. So, least I can do is go back to him and give him back his horses and his wagon and such, and pay your grandfather back for the armor and get whatever's coming next. And he does that. He does that. He does that Eeyore slump.
Luke is so close to telling him who his father is at this point, but he's not quite that drunk yet.
Yeah, like back in episode 13, I was like this close.
But Luke is gonna say, "Well, I'm a little drunk, or you ask me about that again, okay?"
I'm sorry, I missed it. Something drunk.
Luke's gonna say, "Well, I'm a little drunker. Mention all this to me again, okay?"
He gives a non-committal shrug.
Because oars.
And the wind blows. All right, here's the
still
deal.
love
I'm going
him
to need
so
you to come over to
much.
the table, sit down next to me and Adam. We're going to have a few drinks. I'm going to talk to him about his handsiness. And we're going to... Something's not right with between you boys. I don't know what it is, but you guys were good friends, so I'm gonna patch that up. We're going to fix this.
We're gonna fix this.
Oh God.
I'd rather stay here unless that's a nightly command, sir.
Well, no, I wouldn't command you to do anything.
Then here it is. And he kind of thumps his glass down, or his flagon down, and pours himself another.
I have a very annoyed look, but I don't think I want to push this any.
Well, yeah, you certainly don't want to fight him.
Well, I don't want to fight anybody that fucking size, period.
Right.
But I also like the guy. I'm not gonna be like, "Well, do what I say. We're gonna stab you." I mean, not to him.
The only,
Um.
I know what it is. Okay, I'll go talk to her. It should be fine. I'm gonna get back up. I'm gonna look for Bessa.
Okay. Before you do that, we're gonna cut back over
Yeah.
to Adam and Raina.
I suppose you thought that was terribly funny, sister.
It was mildly amusing, but it was
Did-
also telling.
Telling.
Yeah.
Luke just threw a girl in my lap.
And you were surprised.
Yes, I'm not like him. I don't just sort of, you know, what he does.
Well,
I actually thought you were all in on it.
no, not really. Luke is rather spontaneous and does things without consulting us frequently.
Well, yes, he seems to be a bit obsessed with throwing girls at me, and it's uncomfortable.
Do you really want him to stop?
Well, I thought I had sort of made that clear to him, but I was perhaps too subtle.
I think subtlety might be lost on our brother.
I'm
Most of the
starting.
time.
I'm starting to think that. Yes. Yeah. Also,
He really, 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 really wants to help you
help me how?
in any way.
Oh, I mean, that's more than a one-man job.
Wow, that quote.
Oh,
I think that is a very telling quote.
Right?
yeah, and he'll immediately realize that, like, nah, I don't mean like that. Just there's a lot wrong with me, Raina.
Oh, look around. There's something wrong with every person in this room except Bessa.
Well, of course, there's nothing wrong with her. She's perfect.
But we've been apart. Bela and I have been separated from you boys forever. Most of our lives. All
Yes,
of yours, practically.
And I count it as a great sadness.
I do as well.
It actually occurred to me the night of the feast when I going back to my pavilion that I don't know any of you very well at all, and that makes me sad. So I'd like to change that.
I also, brother.
I mean, I also don't feel like I know grandfather very well either, and well, but then I went and asked Lady Olenna, and well, she Well, you couldn't say that she's not thorough with her information,
No, she's not thorough.
but it was quite more than I really wanted to know.
She does that to throw you off the scent of what you're really looking for.
Well, yes, she is rather good at the social ambush, because she sort of used that to sort of steer me towards talking about marriage, and well, oh, I'm so not ready for that, Raina.
No, honestly,
Like men aren't usually expected to get married until they're like twice my age. So, but she's saying that I should get betrothed now. I
to protect you.
I mean, unless I'm getting married to Alisanne Mormont, then no one's like. I don't think a wife's going to protect me very well.
There are more threats than just on the battlefield.
Just this very moment, the Lady Mormont is across the tavern.
How many other drink?
Mime acting the last time she speared a boar. Like you see her with some Stormlanders off to one side. Nathan Lucas is standing like this and like digging his foot into there and getting ready to do stab. And she's got little Robert Frey with like one arm behind her, and then she's like, and then I got my spear and like that's totally like what they're doing right now. That's the romantic conversation that the camera pans to as he talks about whether or not Alisanne Mormont would be a good marriage match for him to keep him safe and that sort of thing. Like that's what she's up to.
Like that's what we're looking at.
I
When he
mean,
says her name.
I mean,
Everyone pans
Yeah.
over to her.
yeah, I'm very much imagining like as he says her name, that's what we're looking at. Well, I mean, certainly we're politically precarious, but I think it's somewhat unfair to assume that I wouldn't be able to deal with any of that myself. I mean, I may be young and inexperienced, but I'm not a complete fool.
And no one thinks that you are, especially anyone who has spoken to you.
I have trouble seeing what I need protected from that I didn't always need protected from. You know? I'm just gonna feel like you like all of you have more time in the world than me, and I'd kind of not like to not just make such a big decision so soon. I'm just sort of figuring out what direct I'm still figuring out what direction I want to go in now that I'm not going to be a knight.
Right. And betrothals are not written in stone, and even if you're considering a betrothal, there's no rush on that either, unless there are multiple suitors for the lady in question's hand. So I
suppose.
say that you move at your own speed.
Well, I'm trying to. I'm just worried that Grandfather and Lady Olenna might take it out of my hands. You know, I mean, look at Langley and Marita. You know, they're not exactly happy.
Well, we're not a northern house, and we're
But I can't really deny how much of the North is in me now.
not.
You know, it wasn't just a space that I occupied for a few years. It's, you know, and in a way I sort of feel connected to to White Harbour than I do to Wyvern's Rest.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I don't mean that to sound like I don't care about Wyvern's Rest or the house or anything. I do. I'm just sort of, it feels foreign to me now.
That is sad, but I understand that.
I mean, I'm sure once I get back there that will change.
Well,
I
it
just
won't.
I think it's maybe. I think Luke has the same thing where we've been away long enough that we've sort of lost the roots a little bit.
Well, then we will have to do our very best to support both of you as
Well,
you reestablish those roots at home.
Your support means a lot to me, Raina. Thank you.
And if we can't fuck those northern sensibilities right out of you, then
What?
That's my plan.
I mean,
it'll just have to take time.
please don't.
So, let's get you laid. Come on.
Because that's what I mean. I feel like in a way that's how Luke thinks he is helping you. Is he wants to connect you to your more the more free side that is in there, buried under the sensibilities that have been glossed over them over time, been gone.
Well,
And if it doesn't fit you, it doesn't fit you. But you have to be blunt with Luke. And this is totally new knowledge to me because I've only been with him for a week too. So, and
yes,
when we were
I suppose.
children, it was all different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is different. But I I'm not totally afraid of everything. I am looking forward to our future as a house. I have missed you all.
I have missed you as well. And I am very, very pleased to be bringing everyone home.
Yeah, I look forward to that. But we should probably not let things get too serious, or Luke will throw another girl in my lap and probably yours as well.
Well, I mean, they have both across the street.
They have what?
Both
Both.
boys and girls.
Oh, right. I didn't know that.
Aye. Fewer boys.
I mean, not that. Not that it matters or anything.
Not that it matters at all. Have another drink, Adam.
For whomever wants that.
Ugh.
So we're
It's like
gonna.
he's absolutely picked up on the sarcasm, but is like, shit, what do I do with this? I'm in
So-
public.
So
I don't
we're
know, I'm just
gonna.
gonna ignore it.
Yeah, we're gonna bounce from have another drink, Adam, over to Luke and Bela, who were going to run into each other according to this Discord chat.
Yeah, so
yeah,
I would have
Luke
excused
will,
myself from cousin Will to get another drink, so probably Luke can intercept me at the bar as I fill up my big horn of ale.
I will also fill a few horns up. Several of mine are empty. Yeah, I'll stop by and just Bela, I was serious earlier. What you did on the field was amazing.
Well, thank you, Luke. Yeah, that was a hell of a fight. Almost got to take down the king. I elbow him kind of roughly.
Ow, my fucking ribs. Ah.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, it's just. I thought I did well, but it's hard to put into words the show you put on out there.
Well, it wasn't a show. It was hard fucking work.
Well, I know that. I'm gonna shove her a little bit. Then I overextend my arm and it hurts.
Oh, just take it easy there. Just drink up it. It'll be fine.
I am. Hold on. I got a whole plan I'm working right now, but the pieces aren't falling together the way I want.
No,
And then,
I think the only reason the Kingsguards came in is they saw the look on my face, my eyes, as I was pointing that spear at the king, and they're afraid. They're afraid for the king.
So I say about 50% chance the king tries to have you killed. 50%
What?
chance he
No.
tries to fuck you.
Well, okay,
And probably
I can believe that
80% chance the queen tries to have you killed.
Now that
2% chance he tries to fuck you.
Cersei, fuck me, no.
I said
Please.
2%.
No, I bet the king might try, and Cersei will probably kill me
you
for
bet.
that.
Well, yeah. But no, I just, yeah, it was fucking amazing, and I'm realizing I'm very drunk and in a dark corner, compliment my sister, so I'm gonna meander over there and try to find Bessa.
Aye, yeah, some of those biscuits.
Now I gotta get her permission to have her tell Oris to come with us, so I can get Oris and I can get Adam, and we're gonna go do some stuff. It's gonna be great.
Oh,
I'm gonna fix everything.
I kind of want to ask what you're going to do, but also I want plausible deniability, so I'm not sure. Just
All right, you're coming with. Cool. I'm gonna pat her on the back. I'm gonna meander towards looking for
Okay.
Bessa.
I don't know what we're doing.
With that, we are an hour in, and we're going to do a quick little momentum shift with the first of my absolutely scheduled NPC interjections for plot shifts. And you see, as you're scanning the crowd for the Lady Bessa, sorry, just force a habit to be the Lady whatever, it's not. As you're scanning the crowd for
Lady of my arc.
the
I
buxom,
was about to say the exact
you're looking
same
for
thing.
the queen of carbs, the buxom Bessa. Instead, you actually see a gray robe, that sort of shapeless robe of a maester, but in that lighter gray that you've seen maester's apprentices wearing as the maester's conclave is on this week.
Python's come down, get his fuck on.
And it is young Alaras
Eh,
of mixed Roynish and Summer Islander blood. And he is talking with Sir Orton Lugas, who gestures away a stunning blonde lady from the Jade Spring as Alaras scans the room from the doorway. And the young maester's apprentice has a hint of a smile on his face at just the infectious kind of Roinar good cheer that you guys are filling the joint with. Those Dornish pheromones bring a hint of a smile to his maesterly face. But then he does look fairly businesslike as he drifts through the crowd and has a brief conversation with Orton Lugas. And then, almost like on cue, there's a drop in the music for just a second, like in between songs type of thing. And a door like slams open upstairs. And you see Marita Lugas, dressed all in black like she has been, in mourning, but with a new black veil on.
what?
And she strikes a pose on like the rail overhead, like it's the second floor is where the rooms are. And she kind of strikes a pose for like an instant and then whirls dramatically away and back into the room and slams the door shut behind her.
Wow.
And you hear murmuring all through the crowd as the good cheer ends. Nathan Lucas alone is like, so I grabbed him by the armor, that high fucking collar on his fucking plate mail, and I conks him helmet to helmet. And what?
What?
And Orton has a few whispered words with him, and Nathan's shoulders slump, and his chin droops, and he, and then he turns to Lyle Brewer and just grabs like the nearest cup off of the countertop, off the bar, the nearest drink within reach. And he lifts his voice very seriously, and he just says, "A toast to Sir Langley Woods, who did not survive his injuries this day in the melee." And he's like choking up in like a drunken, like sincere way. You know, he's in that "I love you, man" phase, but like, you know, his craggy Stormlander features are crumpling a bit. It's like he would have made a fine brother. Ugh.
Now
And-
I feel like
yeah.
an asshole for what I posted in the Discord chat.
And he lifts a glass for everyone to have a toast.
Oh, lift a glass to Gangly
To
Langley.
Langley Woods.
I liked him.
man.
I raised
Yeah.
my arm.
Alisane Mormont is blubbering as she drinks her nearest flagon of whatever she grabbed from some stranger. But yeah, like she's openly weeping. Lil Robert Frey is like, he was really nice. And so he's looking around pretty sad and like
Aw.
trying not to crumple because everyone's looking and he's a squire now, you know. But yeah, like the
Oh man.
the
Oh,
whole
man.
whole mood kind of shifts.
Who was the one
last
who injured
Who
him?
fought Langley Woods in the melee?
It was
Yeah.
our
right?
team. Our team was the last one to fight up against him. And I think it might have been me who put him down.
Shit.
Before
But
I
it
left,
wasn't that hard of a hit.
I reach over to grab her by the arm and kind of pull her a little closer.
As you may
I
recall,
let the silence just kind of fall over everybody.
he had been battered and bruised already. Their team had already scuffled with someone, and he was kind of limping towards you in an uneven kind of charge. And you basically speared him and like picked him up off the ground with it, and then kind of dropped him down. And then he was like, "I give," but it wasn't like a deep stab.
No.
It wasn't high in the vitals. You don't feel
Now
like
you
it
know
should
how
have
I
killed him.
feel about
but
that
he
other
was-
kid dying. I didn't hit him that hard. Oh.
Yeah, I reach over and grab Bela's like arm by the wrist and kind of pull her a little closer to me as this happens.
You're not getting any dirty looks. You've all got high enough awareness. No one's glaring at you suspiciously or the like. Like they seem to have not made the connection, or, you know, who knows exactly what the young maester said. He did stop for the respectful toast, and now he seems like, maybe I'll just hang out because this looks like an okay kind of party. So young Alaras, the maester's apprentice, is now over there. He's kind of drifted over towards the relatively quiet corner with cousin Will, and they're talking in a soft, respectful voice. The Dornish don't have any real beef with Northerners, so they're not even, Will's not even cracking a dangerous joke like he might if it was a Stormlander that had died. So just everybody's kind of quiet for a minute. And yeah, so you guys kind of have this kind of awkward, nervous silence. Not quite silence, but, this lull in the party to work with.
Luke tips up and finishes the horn of ale he just got.
I'm gonna make my way over to the to the maester in training?
Yes, that would be young Alaras. Canny viewers will remember he seems to be of mixed Summer Islander, which is kind of African in Westeros, and Dornish blood. He's got a high widow's peak with very short, trimmed, curly black hair, very bright brown eyes, dark skin, and a Dornish accent.
Yeah.
He gives you a bit of a little polite bow as you approach.
I remember in the melee he didn't seem too bad off. What happened to him?
I'm afraid I was not personally attending to the young sir and his injuries. For what it is worth, and he kind of leans in, not like secret conspirationally, but just kind of, no one says that it was your spear thrust that did it. Some internal injuries of a sort, just several organs failed. It could have been any sort of contusion in the chaos of the melee. He was seen fighting somewhere near King Robert. It could have been a stray swing of the hammer or Sir Balin's Morning Star. Any number of knights were using maces, axes, and all sort of other things that may have caused the blunt trauma. Sir Langley was perhaps not as hardy as some northerners. And he gives a little nod towards Alisane Mormont, who you'll remember, Langley Woods has like 1.5 feet on her, but she outweighs him, right? Like he was kind of this like beanpole, especially for a northerner. But he goes, yeah, he was not perhaps as hearty as some with the blood of the first man.
Yeah, it's unfortunate news indeed.
I am dreadfully sorry to be the bearer of it, but the Grand Maester did not seem predisposed to a nighttime walk through the streets of King's Landing.
That's understandable. Thank you for bringing the news.
Of course, cousins.
Would you like anything to eat or drink while you're here?
Perhaps not the same stock that was available when last we met at the Red Keep, but a bit of stew and perhaps a drink would fortify me for the road.
Yeah. Okay. So I fetch some like serving person.
Yeah, it's easily enough done.
Okay. So I'll excuse myself from that conversation then, and I'll go.
He just
to
yeah. Alaras just has a seat to eat in, kind of quiet moment. Before we do Bela and Reyna, was anything in particular going on with Reyna, Luke, or Adam while Bela was having that conversation?
Luke is kind of stunned and just kind of sits where he's at, drinking the ale he has at the bar.
All right then, Reyna or Adam?
Adam's also kind of stunned because he's just like I was just talking to him the other day, fuck, and kind of feeling bad for offering to find a loophole in his betrothal, and and kind of feeling an urge to go and like talk to Orton about it. Also, kind of feeling like should someone go and talk to Marita? Nobody's doing that. Should I do that? And has just sort of gotten. He's kind of short circuited a bit.
I put my hand on Adam's forearm on the table just to kind of anchor him in place,
Human touch is important and empathetic.
Exactly. As opposed to,
That's a bit of a shock, isn't it?
Marita looked dramatically upset.
As you're talking, Orton strides out. Fists are clenched in some negative emotion. You remember that he worked
Right.
very hard on that betrothal,
Yeah, it was his
and he was
betrothal.
kind
He
of
made-
protective of the whole affair. So he seems to be taking it rather poorly, but he just kind of stalks out to take the air. So it looks like maybe he wants to be alone. And Marita did slam the door with an air of finality. So it feels like maybe she wants to be alone. So you feel like maybe neither of them is looking for company right now.
Did Alaras just bring this news? How did Marita know?
You did not see Langley all night. So apparently he never left the Maester's tents
Okay,
earlier
she knew that.
today.
She might have known already then.
Which could be why she wasn't down here at the party. I'm just naturally suspicious.
Yeah, I suppose I wouldn't feel very much like celebrating if my betrothed had just died. I assume.
If it was a betrothed that you felt kindly for, but let's be honest.
Like, it would have looked pretty bad if she was partying it up while he was lying in the tent,
Right.
injured. So she may have been avoiding the party until they got word one way or the other.
But that performance was performance.
Oh, I mean, perhaps she's just infuriated that, that this is and I mean, while not a full husband, this is the third man she's been betrothed to. She's perhaps frustrated that this keeps happening to her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's, people sometimes say unkind things about her because of that. That must weigh on someone.
And yet it keeps her unmarried.
Well,
she never seemed very excited or happy about the whole from the way she told the story to us.
I mean, we need to be very careful about what we imply with what we say.
In the background, Harwin the harper, who actually isn't using a harp, he's just got a lute like most traveling singers. He has started up a sad song. I don't know which one because there's only like 10 songs in Westerosi lore, but it's an appropriate sad song about a young warrior that doesn't come home, that sort of thing. And
it's probably a northern song because all the northern songs are sad.
Right?
Yeah. But yeah, it's not, Jenny's song in particular or, whatever, but he starts up a sad song that gets most of the crowd kind of swaying and singing along and controlling their tears. And it seems like he's kind of trying to get the party back into like first gear respectfully, type of thing. So now you guys have this kind of mournful tune being sung in the background. But you can continue to roleplay amongst yourselves. Just that's what's kind of going on there. So Bela, we'll say you can, Bela, you can fold back into the group convo.
So I'll lean into Reyna and I'll say, there's not much word yet, but it seems that just internal injuries took his life, and there's not any specific one, so there's no real indication of anything, to be honest.
He was a rather fragile young man.
Indeed. He seemed energetic enough when he ran into the fight with our team. There was the fatal damage could have already been struck by the time he got to us. there's no way to know.
He could have been filling up with blood and not even known it.
Right. Yeah.
So yes.
I'm gonna slowly walk back to the group.
Yeah. So the good news is that it's not directly related to the blow that I knocked him down with, but it's still melee. Things happen, and
It's true.
you know the risks going into these things.
And he was an adult, able to make his own decisions. He decided to join in.
It's still, it's still a shame.
Of course.
I rather liked him.
Me too.
That's awful, but I don't know what to do now.
Mm.
I'm looking around.
I suppose that, one casualty is relatively good going for a melee. There have been much deadlier ones.
Yeah. And with King Robert there swinging that enormous hammer, I'm surprised. I'll be surprised if he's not the only one that perishes.
Speaking of that, are you alright, Raina? Because that was a hell of a hit you took.
I haven't moved a lot tonight.
I see. That makes
I'm
sense.
really, really happy there's no dancing. Because if there was, Bailey would have to dance for me.
Although you did look very happy the other night dancing with Sir Graham.
Oh, who isn't happy when they're dancing?
About this time, Luke shows up with booze for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, lovely.
We're gonna need more after this.
I feel like I've drank more at this trip to King's Landing than I have in my entire life.
It's a good point. We should probably ease you off the way you got handsy with the serving girl.
Right.
I mean, Adam, we could just go across the street. What were you thinking?
It was something of an overreaction, and I did apologize.
Oh, I bet it was.
Oh.
I bet it was. I mean,
Well, hey, I don't give you shit for fondling girls, Luke.
They don't slap me and run off.
I bet they have at least once.
Yeah, not tonight though. So
Perhaps.
Admitting.
I'll bet you a
Perhaps.
flagon of beer is at least 5 times this week.
He has
this
been
week
on
you're
his,
on.
Yeah, like this week he's been on his pretty good behavior because the Queen of Thorns has spies everywhere. So
And
he's
told
been
him.
staying away from the ladies. But perhaps in an
Don't
attempt
be,
to
don't
bolster
be
the
staying away
mood.
from the ladies. He's banged 2 since the start of this trip.
That's been very moderate for him though. Like that's been perhaps in an attempt to rekindle the mood and get the party going again, because everyone knows that Sir Langley would want everyone to be happy. Harwin the Harper gives a bean-a-lean-a-lean-a-lean-a-lean strum on his lute, and he starts in with
You go, wild stallions.
Anyway, here's Wonderwall.
Sir Merrin Trant did try his lance against the Lady Bela. King's Guard
Yes.
crossed blades with Sunfire Spear, and both of them in Mela. White Cloak, Red Blood, a horse and a foot, Nymerian fought Trant. But in the end, 'neath Robert's gaze, 'twas clear Sir Merrin can't. The King's Guard knight fell to the lass. There on Marcella's field, Bela bashed and battered, and the Kingsguard knight did yield. Against Nymerian's good spear, Sir Merrin did fight and rant, but in the end, 'neath Robert's gaze, 'Twas clear Sir Merrin can't.
Sir Merrin
Everybody-
can't.
And everybody starts in.
Sir Merrin can't.
Sir Merrin can't. So the party kicks back into gear, thanks to the Lady Bela's triumph over the knave, Sir Merrin. People get to drinking again. It's a little bit muted compared to before. The Lady Marita is now notable in her absence, of
I'm
course.
gonna kind of step
and
up and
Sir
make some
Orton
noise.
is pretty notable in his absence. But people are trying to have a good time again. Because again, fatalities happen in a melee, yada, yada, yada. So the party
And honestly,
does
we met
get
this guy
rolling.
like a week ago.
I'm gonna kind of make some noise, get everyone's attention real quick.
Sure. That's as far as the song goes right now. The GM is slowly but surely just adding here and there. That's as far as that one goes. That second verse is it.
Listen up, you fucks.
Oh,
You're drinking like you're paying for this shit. You know it's all me, right? I'm paying for tonight. Drink up.
Actually, you guys hear a clear-voiced correction from the doorway. And you look over and you see a handsome knight of House Massey with a neatly trimmed red-brown beard. It's Sir Justin Massey, formerly a squire to King Robert, and was one of the hastily added members of Thoros of Mir's team. And Thoros of Mir's like, Justin! From his spot where he is peeing out the back door of the Greentree. But Sir Justin comes sauntering in after that clear-voiced, like battlefield command voice holler over you. And he makes his way to the counter and he says, Lyle Brewer, I believe the name is. The drinks are not on Sir Lucaris this evening. Jangle, jangle, jangle goes a coin purse that he drops with a plop on the counter. King Robert had me looking for you lot from one end of King's Landing to the other. Though the quest was my pleasure to undertake, I'm sorry that it took me this long to spot you. But the drinks are actually on the king. And should the coin purse not be gift enough to the near victors of House Nymerian, I'm sure that this will make the difference. And he plunks down the gilded antler that was hewn from the king's helmet and cast willy-nilly into the crowd. And Sir Justin says, word reached us that Adam the Archer and his kin had a burning need for trophies from today's battle. I and my people were able to recover this one. Alas, the quest has been thirsty work. Mr. Brewer, if you please. And then he gets himself a big foaming mug of ale and gives a good cheer. And looks like Sir Justin Massey is staying for the rest of the party.
Well then, to the king.
To the king.
I'll give
Huzzah!
a pledge. Salute.
Sir Justin, you have heard Luke from gossip around town. Sir Justin perhaps got a taste for wine, women, and song from his time squiring with King Robert. He seemed to have enjoyed it quite a bit more than the young Lannister boys who are currently suffering under Robert's boot heel. Robert was not like them, was not like that with Sir Justin, who seemed to fit in with him a little bit better. So Sir Justin is now hanging out, moseyed over towards Lothar Brune and Balin Swan and Red Ronnet, and they've kind of looping him in on Nathan Lucas and why he's in a weird mood now, but he's just be hanging out with the nightly contingent for the rest of the evening. You gave me that opening, so I can cross him off my list. But since who's paying for drinks came up, we could cut in with.
Excellent. Excellent.
I'll not argue against that.
And
Okay.
it's hard to argue with continued free drinks and a toast to the king, so the mood does seem fairly restored.
But continue to drink down. Luke is getting increasingly drunk.
Oh Lord. Here we go.
I'm gonna look at Adam again, just kind of shaking my head, like, how dare you do that to that poor girl?
I didn't do anything.
I was sitting right there. I saw.
What did he do exactly?
Not much.
Then why did she leave? He must have done something.
I do think she overreacted a bit.
Now, dear sister, you may not be aware, but men have many appendages you are not clearly able to see in public.
You leave my appendages out of this.
Wow, not many, I suppose.
Ah. Well,
Honestly, I mean, I conducted myself as politely as I could.
You know what? It's fair. She was in a rather precarious position. So we're gonna fix this. Me and you, we're gonna fix this.
he said this multiple times tonight. We're going to fix this.
Right.
Are you gonna
But,
apologize to her? Is that what you're gonna do?
I mean, I apologize.
Oh.
I
You know,
apologize.
I should apologize to her. I threw her to the wolves over here, and I'm gonna nudge Adam, choke. So I'm gonna leave the group to let them kind of talk amongst themselves as I look for the girl to offer her a few extra coins for my brother's behavior.
Right. I'd like to just ask a quick question, just because I've just been updated on.
Yeah,
what sort
Adam
of-
had a bit of a tech issue. Luckily, we can cover for any of Adam's disappearances with Ash/Adam sputtering indignantly at the last thing Lucaris ever has said. So it was a mostly smooth transition, but let's make sure that Ash is on.
Yeah. So the gilded antler has just been plonked on the table, basically.
Yes. So
Okay.
just Massey has paid for the drinks, and he brought you guys the missing antler in your name, because Adam the Archer and his kin were said to have been looking.
Goodness me. I'm kind of surprised to have actually been named ahead of my siblings there. But yeah, I guess I'm going to pick it up and be looking at it and assessing how structurally sound it is, because Adam wants to try and surreptitiously snap a bit off it. Just a really small bit.
They look like they're made of kind of leather and plaster of some sort, and then kind of gilded over that.
Okay.
It takes a pretty good swing to break them.
I've got.
I would suggest, just out of character for Lee, maybe wait. Because just as an out of character spoiler, there is a reason that you guys are going to be getting more of that helmet back. So you may not want to necessarily break it more. It could be reassembled if you get the rest of the helmet, perhaps.
Hold on, I'm confused. Are you talking to me or Felicia? Because you said Flea there.
Did I?
I thought I was trying to say out of character for Lee.
Oh right.
And an out of character note.
Okay.
A
Sure.
destiny point was spent for you guys to recover this helmet
Sure.
in totality.
Okay.
So you might not want to go breaking it worse if instead you want to just repair it. That could be an option.
Oh no, that was not my plan.
I'm just
But-
putting it out there. It's just a reminder that it's
No, that's fine. Just because Adam wanted to take a piece off it to give to Oris. So if it gets repaired, then it becomes a whole thing that, yeah,
Has to stay together.
yeah. So
But if you break off a piece now, before
Exactly.
it's been-
that was my thinking of
All right.
That bit couldn't be found. So, yeah, damn it. Well, I guess we've got rooms here, haven't we? So, yeah, I guess I'll kind of say, like, I'm going to go and put this. I'll go and put this in my room where it'll be safe.
And then I'm just picturing everybody hearing thump, thump, thump. Damn it, thump. And like Adam falling over upstairs, like trying to slam it in a door. And just like I'm just picturing the most ill-equipped of you to break a piece off of literally anything. It's like upstairs trying to like quietly break a piece off. Then like a minute later, Adam comes tumbling down the stairs, having hurt himself. It's fine. Adam will be able to break whatever piece of it off that you would like.
Just literally like a 1-inch tip of an antler.
Like it was made to be like, I know, just the tip.
I was purposefully avoiding that.
I can't.
You slattern.
But yeah, so that'll be fine. You can handily do that either right now or later this evening or just before it matters. You can chop off a bit to secret away in your dream chest. To go in the chest within the chest, the one labeled "Things that will make him love me." You can add it to that.
Pretty much.
Oh. And it breaks my heart.
Yeah, but he's so adorable. We gotta keep Ash blushing because we know that's what fans are here for. They're here for their soulful Scottish boy. Gotta give the viewers what they want. So yeah, you can break off a point or whatnot, however you would like to describe it later.
Definitely be stashing it away somewhere where the door can be locked, where it'll be safe.
All right then. Downstairs, we've got the party kind of trying to wind back up, get going back into gear again, and you've now got Sir Justin Massey hanging out, perhaps less afraid than your average knight to be seen socializing at the Greentree or at the Jade Spring across the street. So, everybody that's not Adam, what are we up to downstairs?
Luke is looking for Gemma, the tavern girl.
There she is.
We can
Doing
approach
tavern
her.
girl things.
Gemma, my brother, what did he do to you exactly? Or rather, I'm here to apologize for whatever he did do. He should know better than that. That handsy.
Oh, he was fine. Just the young ones, you know how they are. And like you're all like 2 or 3 years older than him, but you know what.
Well, I got a extra coin here for you. I just wanted to hand it to you, and I was not expecting to be that bold. I'll tell you that.
Well, aren't you the gentleman? And she yoinks the coin away and secrets it somewhere upon her.
And don't be a stranger. I'll make sure Adam stays away from you.
Oh, he doesn't need to. It's just sometimes a girl likes it when they take it a little slow.
I'll let him know that.
But, and she reaches out and gives you a little caress on the cheek, only sometimes. And with a saucy
well, I know that.
She whirls away to go back to work.
Yeah, I'll give her a
Remember, don't flirt with waitresses. They're at work.
They're at work.
They don't actually like you.
It's a fantasy scenario.
But yeah, she takes the couple of coppers or whatever, flirts with you a bit, and
I'll give her a whole silver stag. I am flush with coin.
Go you.
I'm going to come back slowly to the group.
Is Adam back downstairs yet?
Yeah, I guess like that. Those can have been kind of around the same time.
Were the twins up to anything while the boys were away?
Um,
Tag team and cousin Will, maybe?
Wow.
No.
that's a
Not
little
in that
energetic.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Yeah, it did.
I see that was not a popular suggestion. I apologize.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Grandpa Maker warned us about like doing that sort of thing with family.
Yeah, I mean, first cousin's pretty far as far as family goes in Westeros.
I guess that's probably fine.
Meh.
Pretty sure those warnings were a lot closer to home.
No, but we might speculate upon the appearance of Sir Massey because he's kind of a nice gentleman.
Indeed.
Lots
He's
of
a
gentlemen here.
Did he fight in the melee?
Yeah,
Yeah,
He was on the
he was
team.
on- yeah.
with Thoros.
Thoris, okay.
And King Robert.
Oh, okay.
It was a team of large people plus Langley Woods. He was like the smallest, most slim and powerless person on that team.
Yeah, there was Thoros of Myr, Lothar Brune, Alisane Mormont, Sir Osmond Kettleblack, Sir Justin Massey, King Robert Baratheon, and Langley Woods.
Yeah.
He was the odd man out. He was the easy meat in that team.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's what we'll probably do while they're gone. While he's
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah, we'll definitely go and chat up Sir Justin.
All right, and because Sir Justin's over there with kind of the other nightly contingent, because it's partially a team thing for the because Thoros is there, Alisane Mormont's there, Lothar Brune is there, yeah, and Justin Massey's hanging out. So Sir Balin Swan and he both have been knights with Red Ronnet Connington as well. And Nate and Lucas all in kind of the same region. So yeah, it's kind of a bro fest over there. All of them and Alisane. So you two are a welcome respite from the old Westerosi sausage fest going on.
Hey.
So yeah.
Nobody's complaining over here.
Yeah, I mean, some people quite like Westerosi sausage. I'm just saying.
The fine sausage. It's just it's your only choice.
That's how Robert goes back. I love it. But I mean, it is fun to watch. So I will watch Bayla go talk to them because I am not getting up if I don't.
That's fair.
So yeah, pleasant conversation abounds. Unless you make it unpleasant conversation, which
No.
Bayla is capable of anywhere she goes.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's,
I'm on top of the world. So my standard brag tonight is that the Kingsguard had to put a stop to it because they were afraid of what I might do to the king.
Yeah, nice.
Sir Balin Swan gives you a wide smile. He goes, "Oh yes," and I couldn't help but notice that Sir Meryn would rather charge Oris than you.
Yeah.
And he gives you a kind of a praising up and down. I think perhaps I'd rather fight Oris as well. And then Red Ronnet Connington cuts in kind of drunkenly, but I would rather wrestle you. And they all joke like it's the funniest thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like they noticed that Meryn Trant didn't go after you again. Like
Yeah.
somebody else was lining up to go after you. While you're facing off with the king, Meryn Trant was like, "I'm gonna go stab a bastard squire for no fucking reason." Like it's, but yeah, so they noticed that.
You have an official rep.
Well, good. I hope I get noticed by at least some of these fine knights of Westeros.
Yeah, I think they've pretty much noticed by now.
Speaking of being noticed, you notice, Raina, since you're kind of watching instead of over there talking, Alisane Mormont is kind of squaring off her shoulders a little, and she reaches down and kind of adjusts her tunic and tries to kind of smooth it out a little bit as Bela comes sauntering over to the group of men, and Alisane's like kind of fixing her hair a little and like trying to pretty up a bit when Bela's coming in, as you know, when Alisane's not the only gal in that little group. She looks a little self-conscious about what she's wearing and kind of trying to spruce herself up a bit.
Boy. I love her. She's great.
I know, right? I just want to keep her.
I mean, y'all can.
Yeah, either look her or I'll
It's
have to
called
marry her.
kidnapping.
Yes.
Still, there's more of you than there are of her. Like, you could try it. But no, like, you can, you know, you're allowed to offer people positions back home and stuff. Like, it's a thing.
I am.
Okay.
I am
We'll
allowed
collect-
to do
We're
that.
going to collect all of the ones we like and bring them back
At
with
the
us.
window. Well,
Plus, you don't
Super
want to
team.
wander into the tall grass without a Mormont with you.
Pardon?
I said you don't want to wander into the tall grass without a Mormont with you.
Well, I certainly don't want to go into the woods without a bear.
Quite.
I set you up for that one. You're welcome.
I mean, no, I'm not even going to go there. So never mind.
Okay.
We'll get there slowly. Don't worry.
I was not gonna go back around to asking Raina for permission. Who was it you wanted to take back with us?
Bessa.
Yeah.
Well, we all want to take back Bessa. That's
Oh.
approved, stamped and approved.
Oh, okay.
There was
I
another
thought-
one.
Did we have someone else?
Robert mentioned it earlier.
Oh, Gemma, the redhead.
I don't think
But that
he's
was
taking
before
her.
Adam got handsy with
I don't
her.
think he's trying to take her back to Wyvern's Rest.
Yeah.
I think he's just trying to
Yeah,
keep her
yeah,
for the
he's-
evening.
He's meaning like take her across the street.
Okay,
to,
okay.
You know.
I thought there was someone that he wanted to enlist or adopt or
Retain the services of
retain
long,
the services of. That's it.
longer term than that.
I don't think my characters are allowed to adopt NPCs anymore. I did that once in a game, and it's the whole thing.
It was a whole thing. Okay, well then I will make a note to speak to Alisane later.
I mean, if you want to get Gemma as a gift for me, that's fine. But
Human beings are
Bye,
not
people.
gifts. Fuck. If human beings were gifts, someone would buy me Oris.
I'm working on it. Just be cool.
It was Oris. You were wanting to talk to me about him coming on with us instead of
I-
with Will.
I did mention talking to Oris about him having a job that isn't following Willy Will around. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
What
I
did,
thought I
what did he
remembered
say?
something that you had said about that.
What did he say?
He said he had
Are
to
we-
return to Willy Will.
Are we
because-
back in character with that point? With that?
Yeah.
Is,
I only
say,
mentioned that to
Okay.
him. So
Oh right. He never brought it up to me. I misunderstood.
No,
all right,
sorry,
we're
I
just
was-
trying to keep it clear when it's table talk versus in character. So all right.
Okay, sure. Sorry.
Slide
Sorry.
back.
So what are you guys talking about in character?
Oh,
Well-
now that they're back.
Oh,
Um,
I'm reenacting how the fight with King Robert was going, and then Raina took a hammer to the shield and he went flying, and that's the moment.
but I
Uh,
stood fast.
Nathan Lugas will step in and fill the role of King Robert as he's swinging a stool around with reckless abandon.
I think he likes Bela.
and so like I move like I'm spinning around and all dexterous like and agile with my spear, and then that's when Sir Marin Kant charged into the field and stopped everything.
There is a chorus of boos from random NPCs scattered around the Greentree. And
If I can't get it up, no one can.
Bessa of Flea Bottom comes stomping your way, scowling and brandishing a yeasty roll at you as a stand-in for Marin Trant.
Just kind of like in the wake of Luke having kind of flustered Adam with his accusations, Adam's going to actually step outside for a little bit, just kind of because like the kind of trying to defend himself and say nothing happened, while also like trying not to look terrified. It's just exhausting. They're like, I'm gonna go outside for a little bit, I'll be back shortly. Flee.
As you step outside, you see Orton Lugas giving the gorgeous blonde lady from the Jade Spring. He's giving her a smooch on the forehead and sending her back inside the Jade Spring, and then kind of sighing and just kind of taking the air in the street out front.
Are you all right?
Oh, hey. Yes, just bothered, of course, by Sir Langley's past.
Yes, that's a terrible shock. I know we all liked him.
He was a good lad, just perhaps without the constitution that we've come to expect from Northerners.
Yeah, well, you please don't blame yourself. It wasn't your fault.
No, it wasn't. But it's still unfortunate and on a personal level, a bit frustrating. This was not a simple betrothal to arrange. Of course, that's not the biggest problem with what happened, but it was quite a lot of work ruined, and I dread having to write this letter to the boy's parents.
Yeah, that's not an enviable task. Is there anything I can do to help?
He gives you a bit of a look and just shakes his head. No, not that I can think of.
All right. Well, sorry for disturbing you, but well, if you or Marita or Nathan need anything, well, you know where to find us.
I'm sure Nathan needs very little but another drink, and I believe my sister just wants her privacy at the moment.
Yes, well, I think they're both getting exactly what they want then.
They normally do. And he sketches you a bit of a bow and heads back inside.
But inside, Luke is going to approach Bessa.
She is currently scowling and frowning, hunching her back. For some reason, Marin Trant's not a hunchback, but whatever. Just adds a villainous air. And she just whipped a yeast roll at Oris in the corner while play acting Marin Trant stopping the...
Luke will approach her very playfully and come from the back and place both hands on her hips and lean in and whisper to her ear, Bessa, would you have your boy come with me for a moment?
She
He won't
perks,
listen to me.
she perks up and lets out a cackle, and then gestures to the assembled group. Well, which one, love? They're all my boys tonight.
Give her a little squeeze on the hips. Yeah, of course. But I mean, the big one right there. I put the Oris. I kind of like wave at Oris as well.
She goes, oh, the big one. And she makes a big show of leaning towards Nate and Lucas. She goes, you must be Oris over there. And they all cackle good-naturedly, yada, yada. She goes, yeah, whatever you want him for, off you go.
Hi, Oris, with us.
Oris kind of scowls, finishes his drink, stands up a little unevenly.
Luke always
But
gets
yeah.
what he wants.
And then he works his hair up out of his eyes to give you a glower, but he's not going to argue with his mum. And he just kind of looks over like, what?
All right, come on. And I'm going to go towards the exit. I'm looking for my brother Adam. On the way out, as I approach, I will stop, and if I don't find Adam, who's outside, I'm going to maybe motion towards Bela. Hey, Bela, come here.
Okay. Fill up my glass one more time and then head out.
I've had enough of death tonight, so I'm going to take the boys across the street. You want to come?
Interesting offer.
When you wanna come.
Sure.
No.
Yeah, let's do it.
You can find
Sure,
someone who
let's
looks
do
good
it.
on you.
Orton comes walking in and just sees the lot of you and gives a little kind of self-deprecating smile and sidesteps politely out of the way. It looks like he's headed towards his room. He's going to the stairs. To go
I want to
upstairs.
stop for a moment and give Orton a very solemn kind of like pat on the shoulder.
He takes it in the spirit with which it is offered. Reyna, all your siblings and your squire seem to be getting ready to leave.
Under loop propulsion, correct?
That's certainly the impression you have, yes.
He's a
We're
force
going
of
to go to the library and study, that's all.
Well, then I know where they're going.
Going to the sept to pray.
But I know where they're going, and I
Okay,
don't.
Adam wishes he was going to the Sims.
I do not have the energy or the physical ability to participate. So I will smile ruefully
Oh
and look
no! Oh
around.
come on, Rena! Come get someone to kiss it better.
Your eyes catch Luke for just a moment. He gives you a little, come on. Come on.
I mean, it's not like the place doesn't have a common room that you could sit and drink in here, like here anyway.
All right, fine. But if I go, I'm having boys massage me.
I mean, who isn't?
That's a two-thumb-up job there.
Except this guy, I'm gonna pat. I'll pat Adam on the shoulder. After the way he's been so handsy, I know what he wants.
Oh no, wait, like Adam was still outside.
Okay.
Although,
Well, that's just a fantasy scene in my head, then.
I mean, I guess maybe he kind of finished up his business and come back in. So that's cool.
Yeah. As he's coming in and we're going outside, I grab Adam by the shoulder and I just lead him on with us. And I kind of nod a little bit. And we've got...
Hi, Dobby. Hi, baby. Oh, I love you.
Is that dog?
Yes, it's Dommy. I was going to unobtrusively just let our dog be on cam for a second, but there's no such thing as unobtrusive doggo with Ash.
Nope.
Sorry.
Oh, it's just fine. So, as the young scions of House Nymerian step out into the street and head towards the Jade Spring,
And our squire.
we're going to cut for our break.
Okay.
So we will see everybody back. We got 10 minutes for a quick break midstream. So we will see everybody back here in about 10 minutes time.
So yeah.
everybody. Welcome back.
We're like,
Or maybe not. There we go.
Yeah.
All right. I wasn't sure if Erica
My
was
bad.
telling me it was like a stinger or liveness. So, anyways, we are back. Robert is taking his sweet ass time, but everyone else made it back from break in a timely fashion. Excuse Ash wolfing down some carbs. He's got to fill his belly with something besides a little bit of booze because we're at work, damn it, Ash. It's serious business. So we are continuing our A Night at the Greentree, but we're going to have kind of a quick segue to A Night at the Jade Spring. But it feels kind of weird to continue that without Lucaris, who is the one that's pushing the issue. So I hope, yeah, like it feels weird to continue without Robert. There he is.
yay.
All right.
I was
Sorry
going
about
to
that.
say
I
that.
keep
I was going to
being
say that.
interrupted every time I leave this room.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a retroactive bit of conversation that we could have done, but it's cool. It's here now.
So we are jumping right back in with the action before the action as the young scions of House Nymerian boldly make their way across the street to visit the Jade Spring for the after party. Luke is the one kind of herding cats. So let's have Lucaris take it away.
Okay, on the way out, I grab Adam. Come on, we're going this way.
Mm-hmm. All right, look.
Oris is kind of sullenly following along.
Adam
Which
will probably catch his eye briefly and be like,
I'm gonna purposely shove Adam and Oris near each other. Not that I can really shove Oris, but just kind of guide him that way.
it's impossible to tell just who Oris is brooding at a given moment because he's flopped his hair back in front of his face. So he could be brooding at any or all of you. Oris's dour disapproval is everywhere and nowhere. It is the wind in the trees and the shadow that follows you on a bright sunny day. He doesn't spark up a conversation with anybody as you make the trek across the street for some romance.
As we enter the facility, I'll kind of wave at everybody.
The Jade Spring itself is not terribly dissimilar from, let's say, Littlefinger's brothel on the TV show, except it is a little bit lower class. It is not Littlefinger's super fucking dope high class joint, but it's got a nice front lobby with some couches for patrons to kind of have a seat and be presented with their options. There are very pretty people that are half dressed at best, flitting around. About 3/4 women, 1/4 dude seems to be the ratio of hosts. So I guess I should hesitate to call them hosts because a couple of us are watching Westworld right now, and I don't want anyone to freak out. But we're gonna actually stick with hosts because that's kind of what
companions.
they are. But yeah, there are a few young men at work as well as the working ladies. There are lots of couches, cushions, pillows. There are a few little the kind of semi-transparent screens up for moments of privacy, where some of the hosts can change into a different outfit to help somebody make their selection, or yada yada.
In charge.
Yeah. And then there is a matron who is a perhaps mid-30s, maybe getting close to 40, that the general pattern in this sort of establishment has worked her way up to a management position. And she approaches Lucaris with a broad smile and a kiss on each
the
cheek.
usual, sir.
The young wyvern returns to us. Oh, and with other drakes in tow.
Indeed. We have my sisters. I hope you'll treat them well, wherever they want. And a special thing today. My younger brother and his best friend, they I want you to find for them somebody who will take them both back and really just build that teamwork together. You know what I'm saying? Let's get them. Let's get them both. Somebody. Normally I'd ask what they didn't do, but Adam here could not keep his hands off this waitress earlier of red hair. So if you have anything like that, woman, of course.
Like it's a team building management retreat. Like they're going away for the. Let's get the.
Now,
let's do some trust falls, ladies. Like what?
I have no problem with the normal special party rate, as well as any additional charges. Just come to me. These young men, they are so exceptional. They deserve to be brought to that threshold of adulthood together.
Would your younger brother be that Adam the Archer? And she kind of turns and gives you a bit of a impressed arched eyebrow.
My soul
The
is
very
leaving my
same,
mortal
but I
body.
still think it's important for their friendship that we have one girl take care of both of them. I know they're a little different size, but whoever you think would really fit that role.
Look, oh god.
And then the
Don't
twin
worry, I'll take care of
sisters,
this. This is kind of my thing, so.
and that would be one light sister and one exquisite piece of
Oh, for the
Roynar dark
girls.
meat.
Are you,
That must be Reyna and Bela. I do believe I've heard of you two. Oh,
And for the girls,
and
I don't know what they prefer, men or women. So whatever they want, just make sure they're happy.
we're just confirming the guest list a moment, dear.
Of course.
And that would be the Squire. I've only heard him call that, I'm afraid. Some kind of bastard. Supposed to be a half giant.
Yes, I believe his father actually was a giant up north. They barely spoke to him beyond the wall. His mother was a snark. Is that not correct, Oris?
Oris gives a little grunt. Might not appreciate jokes about his parentage, but he's not drunk enough to pick up Adam and hit you with him or anything. So he just kind of goes, "Humph." Like that's not funny,
Yeah,
and you know it.
Adam is going to speak to Oris for the first time in more than 24 hours. And be like, Oris, you don't need to do anything you don't want to. There's a common room here. There's a common room here. You can just sit and drink if you want to.
If your brother's paying for some red-haired lass, maybe you can stay in the common room.
No, I won't have that. I will pay for the redheaded lass, but you both need we can pay for two sequentially if that works better. But I really want you guys to bond, you know?
I think we're pretty well
Excellent.
bonded, Luke.
Well said. I'm going to nod and make the agreements with the madam.
I'm okay.
Nobody asked. That's the awful part.
Well, actually, from the door, a drunken Nathan Lucas, and his slender dark shadow, the Will of Will, and his slender, kind of gray shadow, the Maester's apprentice, Alaratz.
What?
Kind of poking his head in the door.
I look at him and laugh.
Nathan Lucas has a coin purse in hand, and he goes, "Actually, your brother isn't paying for anything. King Robert, first of his name, title, in his wisdom, benevolence, and with Stormlander cunning to spare, saw to it that there was a purse within a purse. Another gift for those that nearly bested him in the melee."
He is making it hard to hate this man. To King Robert. I'm going to turn around to Adam and say, "Adam, don't worry. I know you're nervous. Just right before you finish, pull out. It'll be fine."
What the fuck, Luke?
I pat him on the shoulder, And I turn to Nate and Lucas and the boys who have arrived and give them a celebratory toast with the drink horn I still have in hand.
Nathan has a companionable arm slung over the shoulders of cousin Will, who has this like startled cat, like "How dare you!" look on his face, but like it's meant in such kind of drunken, half bear hug good nature that he's not spitting and hissing and gutting anybody. He's just like, unhand me it. Why? Okay, whatever. But Nathan's got an arm around him in like a brotherly embrace, and is completely ignoring the Maester's apprentice behind him because it's not like Alaras was on the team. But he's like, here we are, the vanquishers of the first gilded stag and king of Westeros, and the whole team, and Adam the Archer, the small folks' favorite, and spending other people's tax dollars to get ourselves some affection. See you lads later. And Nathan just heads towards a stairwell, gesturing negligently on his way past. He's like, you two, with me. And just makes his way up the stairs.
See, teamwork. Look at that.
Hang on, Orton, were you in here already?
Nathan, not Orton.
Oh, Nathan. All right, sorry, I got confused.
Yeah, no wonder you look so confused.
Yeah, sorry. This is the drunken brawler that was on your team, etc., etc.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I got confused. That's all.
And go ahead.
Nope. I did one NPC. We'll do a PC.
I was gonna add to the nature, and for me, kind of miss home. We have any orange spices in the house tonight?
She glances around, like taking stock, and she goes, "A moment," and she vanishes into a side room, and you hear a clap, clap, as she starts to assemble a team. Your cousin Will gives kind of a languid shrug and points to one young man and one not quite as young lady, and he goes, "You two with me."
I give Will a nod, like right on, player.
And he saunters away up the stairs.
Wow.
The young Maester's apprentice is actually kind of sidling up towards Reyna in all of this. And he goes, if you'd like, most Maesters tend to travel with a few small doses. I could give you something for the pain and stiffness.
I am not too proud to take that.
Or if you would prefer to sit out, we could perhaps have a quick conversation. Or perhaps a talk while you're waiting for the medicinals to do their work.
I will take the medicinals, but I am also sitting out. So we will have a lovely conversation. I encourage Luke to take his choice and disappear. I keep Adam close to me.
Please
Hold on,
protect me.
I gotta make sure Adam's taken care of first.
I need to. That's all.
I have Adam. You
You
go
sure?
before the drink catches up with your spear.
It already has. That's why I'm here.
Bela, up to anything in particular? Are you waiting for them to assemble a Dornish tasting menu?
No, I'll select a young guy and a girl and find a room.
Okay. Easily enough handled. They are there and on tap. So it sounds like Reyna's kind of trying to call dibs on protecting her baby brother. Luke, you going to take that?
Well, I look back and forth to him and to Oris, who were expecting something to happen.
I mean, oh, hi, Bodhi. Who's the cute girl?
Look around.
Oris looks ready to just... Oh, go ahead.
Adam just looks fucking terrified, basically. Like, oh yeah, I guess also like pointedly like trying not to look at Oris. He is like blushing bright pink, and yeah, like yeah, he doesn't know where to put his eyes right now, so he's like mostly like going from ceiling to his feet.
Oris just gives a good-natured shrug and decides to try to kind of slip out before the madam comes back. And since everyone else is grabbing two people and leaving, Oris just makes do with one. But it looks like it's just the nearest girl he sees. He just kind of
Oris, hold on. Adam's going with you.
What? I mean, like, isn't like, I mean, isn't it like something kind of private?
Oris just thumbs over his shoulder at Reyna and starts walking away while ignoring Lucaris. Like he's doing what she says, not what he says.
Yeah. I mean, like this will maybe be like the first time kind of like Adam like properly looks up, because like, and yeah, like anyone close enough to him is saying like he like
Wow.
that Oris retreating is distressing him in some way.
Can you believe that? Oris just left right into this. You know what, Adam? Don't worry. Me and you'll do this together.
Please. Look, no, I mean it's okay. Oris can do what he wants. It's like it's fine. I'm happy for
You're
him.
right. Fuck him. We'll find a girl together. We're gonna do this. We'll be brothers. How about that? No, you Oris. I
Yes,
extend an arm, like I'm gonna grab his forearm, like we're gonna give a big handshake.
Yeah, I'm happy for Oris. Yes, very, very happy for him. And yeah, everything's fine.
Yeah, fuck him. Let's go fuck this orange girl.
Can
Can you believe Baylor took the best looking guy here?
Like,
Should have waited to last.
I wasn't going to wait for you.
look,
I know.
You're taking too much time as it is.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get other people laid here. Is that concerned, brother?
Oh, so you wanted him to?
Who?
You said that like Bela took the best looking guy.
Oh yeah, he's all right.
I'm really confused right now.
We're gonna get this straightened out. Come on. I put an arm right up. Let's go.
Look at
one of each.
No, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
hold on.
I can't
I'll
do
go down to the
this.
matron. Can you give us a few moments?
She's still in the other room assembling a Dornish menu.
So everyone's kind of left us alone. I'm gonna put an arm on Adam.
For the most
Adam,
part.
What's wrong?
Only the young maester is there.
Oh,
and
cool.
he's sitting next to Reyna, but he actually stands up and he readjusts one of the little privacy screens so that the small group of you are separated from the main kind of sitting room. But he doesn't seem to be leaving.
Adam, if you're nervous about doing it, trust me, it'll be fun. You'll know what to do the minute you get in the saddle, so to speak. Ooh, well, that's not a really good metaphor for you, is it?
Just can you give? No, it's really not. But
My
Alras,
apologies.
could you give us a minute, please? I would like to speak privately with my siblings.
Siblings only it is then. I'll be outside for a few minutes, Lady Reyna. And Alaras glides away. You get the impression that it looked like he wanted to politely insist on staying, but then thought better of making that argument at the moment. So he heads out.
Yeah, I mean, he's not telling him to go away permanently or anything.
We're gonna come back in a few minutes.
Right. Okay. I really.
Adam, are you okay?
No, not really. I
Are you
had
just
really
nervous about the women, or?
No, I had hoped to not have this conversation right this minute, but
If you don't like
Like,
Doris, we can find you a northern-looking girl. I'm sure they have
No-
plenty. I
no,
just
oh.
mistone a little bit, but
look, you're being so sweet and you're trying so hard to help, and I really appreciate that. But it's not that. I like
you love of Oris or something.
I'm not interested in women.
Oh, the fuck didn't you just say that?
I didn't know how you'd react.
I mean, you just saw when your sisters walk away from a girl and a boy, right?
Yeah, and that's why I got confused, because they really don't
Wait. Do you mean you only like men, or you don't like anybody?
I only like men, and that's why Oris and I are not really speaking right now.
Well, he has an issue, or
I
something else. You are in love with Oris.
So things are a little bit awkward right now.
What did you do?
I kissed him.
Oh,
I'm just gonna guess the way things have been. He didn't kiss you back.
No, he didn't, and that's quite a lot. So
You really did care for him, didn't you?
Yeah, it kind of happened really quickly. Yeah, he's not interested in the likes of me, so I'm feeling pretty shit about that.
You know,
But if that's why I've been really weird about talking about girls and coming here, and I didn't grope that girl. She just kindly pretended for me.
she's a good girl.
Because I thought I'd be disappointing you.
why the fuck would you think that? I'm your brother, man.
Well, because look, you don't know what it's like in the north. They call people like me horrible names.
Yeah, and they do here sometimes too, but
Yeah, no.
I don't think that bothered Corbray for a fucking moment, did it?
What's anything got to do with him?
His preferences are well known.
Well,
he doesn't talk.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. And
The point is, if that asshole can march around here like he owns the goddamn world, a fucking Nigerian should have no fucking issue. Whatever you like.
I mean, I don't share your disdain for Sir Lin. But
that is a mistake you have made. The one mistake you are making.
But my point was going to be that he can just basically kill anyone who says anything like that about him. I can't.
And you can't. At 30 paces, you're the deadliest family goddamn King's Landing at this point.
At 30 paces? I can't hear people say shit about me at 30 paces.
If they yell real loud, you can.
And you can
oh fuck, look, I would really rather people not yell about this.
Okay.
You know, like
if you're not comfortable with it, I won't say anything.
Grandpa Maker wants me to marry a woman, and he's got
Grandpa Maker.
He's got Lady Olenna helping him. Do you think that we stand a chance? That I stand a chance against her?
Let me ask you, Adam. Do you think there are no noble women who don't like men?
Well, I mean, it stands to reason that there are probably some who don't.
If you tell Lady Olenna what you prefer, she'll find you a match that works.
Look,
there are
Look, I think she knows.
Obligation, then I wouldn't worry. There are obligations, and maybe Grandpa Mako doesn't know because he's been away for years. But if he does know, he'll work around it. I'm sure. I mean, Dornish, you think he's gonna care?
I mean, I'll still have to like perform. I don't know. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can.
Okay. Worst case scenario, I'll knock up whoever you marry.
Fucking hell! Look.
But honestly, I say that as a brother.
I love.
What I'm getting at is,
look,
you're
I
right.
love you.
There
Look,
may be uncomfortable obligations, but
I
you
love
shouldn't
you,
let
but
that
you're
destroy your
terrible.
life. I mean, you assholes tossed me to the city for fucking 8 years. I'm just a product of that.
Ugh.
If Elena already knows, she will work that into her. She's not gonna find a marriage match for you that's gonna involve a woman who needs to be bedded
yeah.
on a daily basis.
Well, I mean, like when we were dancing, she started asking me about Loris and about what
Oh,
I
that's
heard,
right.
and about whether I would punch someone in the face if they said something similar about me and my marriage. So I'm pretty sure she knows.
Yeah,
So-
Loris has been doing pretty well.
So,
Listen,
But-
life will
but I mean,
present
like, you know-
challenges. That leg is a challenge. This is a challenge. Our family name is a challenge. The point is, we're here together.
Except for Bela,
Except
who's
for me.
already busy upstairs. Like, they're fine.
And Bayla's clearly here for something else.
Well, I mean, given who Bella went upstairs with, I guess she will probably understand when I tell her as well. Because I guess probably everyone's just gonna have to know if she doesn't already. Because I already had a massive breakdown in front of her about Vannon and Oris being all close, and I got jealous. So
Pretty sure
she
Vannon does not want to fuck Horus. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, it wasn't really like that. It was more just about like they were bonding, and I felt like an outsider, and I didn't like it because I was trying to get close to Horus. But well, I mean, now I know
Right.
and now I know he doesn't want me, so I'm just gonna have
Well,
to live with that.
he may not have those feelings for you, but not everybody will. Even if he liked men in general, he wouldn't necessarily. We just live with that sometimes and move on. But
I
you're
guess,
no
but,
outsider.
like,
You're not marrying.
thank you, Luke. I appreciate that. Fuck, I've been so scared of this for days, like well longer than that, but like ever since like we were like in the carriage on the way to the feast, I've been like.
Oh, is that why you were so weird?
is that why you were so weird?
Look, to be honest,
I'm glad I
to
didn't
be
have
honest,
you
like,
sit in Orth's lap.
I mean, I think I'm kind of weird all the time, Luke. But yeah,
No, you're just a Nigerian.
We're all weird.
but
Listen,
like,
I'll be honest, brother. This has really killed my drive to fuck anyone. Why don't we go back to the Greentree and have a drink?
oh no, look, I'm sorry. Please, like don't let me get in the way. I
Well,
really
the
I feel
evening-
bad now.
Just the evening
I mean-
possibly can be rescued here. Are you feeling relieved and happier now, Adam?
Yeah, I feel a bit lighter.
Well then, ooh, would you rather your first time be an affair of the heart, or just fun? Because if you want just fun,
I say fun.
here we are.
The heart's a bastard that will betray you.
Well, yeah, I mean, my heart's in a bit of a bad place right now.
Okay,
So-
Luke.
I mean, Yeah. I kinda, yeah. I, I'm
It's
having
your call.
trouble. Yeah, I'm having trouble seeing myself just like picking someone that. Yeah, that just.
All right then. It can
I
wait
mean-
until we go home.
Yeah, there's. I think there's maybe still too much of the north in me. I'm afraid.
It's fine.
Well, the best way to get the north out of you is to get some south in you.
That's what I
But-
thought.
As if on cue, a row of Dornishmen and Dornishmen's wives are presented to the lot of you. Every person of Roynish blood that works at the Jade Spring, and perhaps one or two summoned from nearby brothels as special requests are presented. Again, it's a high ratio of women folk to men folk, but there are some scantily clad men on display. Everyone's wearing kind of semi-translucent silk type of stuff, yada yada yada. Standard HBO sex position type of scenes. So lots of Dornish flesh is on display. Some of them with kind of brightly dyed hair to contrast with their dark Rhoynar complexion, so that there's oceans of red and gold amidst the red and the black hair, etc., etc., etc. So the madam leads the assortment
Yeah.
in.
Oh, right, sorry, I lost like the last 15 seconds there.
It was just me describing the Dornish buffet
Oh, okay.
that has been let in for everyone's ogling and selection pleasure. And an assortment of Dornish men and Dornish women, more women than men. But the madam brings them in and presents them to you with a hostess's flair.
Well,
All
Adam,
right then.
if you do not wish to return to the Greentree, now is a perfect opportunity to pick what you want.
I mean, like, is it kind of an all or nothing situation, or can I?
You are in charge.
When you, I nod, as much or as little as you want.
Okay. Well, then, like, maybe just like start with like a nice massage and see how I feel.
Perfect.
I'm
The
going to
madam-
point to one of the larger gentlemen and just kind of nudge Adam to that direction.
Yeah, the madam perks up. A massage, then. Some of the finest hands we have.
So, yeah. So, someone strong and gentle.
Albin. And she immediately gestures, and a strapping young lad that looks like a varsity college rower scholarship is brought forth for you with long dark hair and soulful brown eyes.
This one might be half giant. Adam, you don't ever need to hide anything from me. You understand that, right?
I do now.
I give him a nod, and then I walk to a different direction, grab two of the girls, and leave.
I sit back on my divan.
Albin offers Adam the crook of his arm.
Very just gingerly take it.
You are led up the stairs and given quite a nice massage that covers whatever body parts you want, and none of them that you don't. He will not flinch away from your leg. He will ask permission before moving the massage in that direction out of fear of hurting you. But he will ask first. But there's all kinds of oils and scents, and it's just whatever lovely massage you would like.
Cool.
So
truly professionals here.
that means everyone has left the room except for Reyna. They bring you some chilled wine, and she just has a small stream of employees sauntering by to see if any catch your eye. When Alaras re-enters after kind of half nervously poking his head in and seeing that you were alone. So, oh, excellent. They brought you a drink already. Just one grain. You're pretty sure it's sweet sleep, which is often handy for pain. One grain will dull the pain and perhaps allow you to partake. I could leave you a few extra grains so long as you promise not more than 2 at once, and it could help you get some sleep tonight.
I think this will be fine.
One it is, and he very, very carefully drops 1 grain of sweet sleep into your iced wine, and then, with a very unmeisterly fashion, just goes dunk, blah, 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 blah. Not a bad red, though not as good as the Nymerian vines. And then gives you an impish and not at all meisterly grin. Goes, you lot really don't remember me, do you?
I keep thinking that I do, but I cannot put it together. The puzzle pieces.
The last time that we saw each other, and Alaras kind of points like the youngest Dornish host saunters by. It's a very pretty young lady. He goes, we were younger than her and wearing less. And we were wetter than anyone upstairs is. In a different way.
We'll see about that.
In a different way.
Indeed. Just water.
So it's Sunspear. In the water garden. We played there with our cousins when we were small.
You did. And
most of my cousins.
He leans in. He goes, I went by Salara then. Or Sorella, excuse me. Out of character, I fucked it up. I went by Sorella then.
I wondered where you had been. I hadn't heard a word from you or about you in a long time.
I've been playing a bit of a trick these last few years. Sorella Sand, for the viewers, is the 4th of the Sand Snakes, the bastard daughters of the Red Viper, Oberyn Martell. His daughter by a trader from the Summer Isles.
So, are you going to take this all the way?
Well, I've already got the Grand Maester of King's Landing sending me on his errands, and I'm taking his notes for him. I feel like the joke's already pretty funny.
It's delicious. It's amazing. So nobody knows where you are?
Father has his suspicions, I'm sure. I always asked him about the time he spent in Old Town. But you know how the Sand Snakes are. We slither where we will and check in when we must.
What a way to live. So it's been great fun.
Yes, quite. Though so many of these Maester's boys are dull.
They're maesters.
Well, you'd think the ones that were looking for a romp with Alaras the lad would be fairly happy to find Sorella the lass, but instead, the few of them bold enough to look for Alaras are just disappointed at finding Sorella. It's really quite a hit to my self-esteem. She says, as though it is absolutely not. like, like they have not actually been disappointed so much as confused and seduced anyway type of stuff. Like just like whatever.
She. Wow. Are you? Okay, I don't even know what to ask. I have so many questions flying through my head. But
Perhaps before we get into too many more details, a little more privacy.
yes.
We could head upstairs and just get a massage.
Yeah, but then there'll be masseuses.
They don't listen to anything.
Excellent day. Are they mute?
No, it's just that they understand that a certain amount of discretion is a part of the fee that's paid. So far, you and I haven't paid any fee.
Right. So yes, let's get us two massages.
Do you want a male or female masseuse? That's an out of character question. Like you have your
I'm
pick.
not-
The two of you head upstairs with one of each then.
As long as they know what they're doing and can handle my poor battered body.
Appropriate care is taken as the maester's apprentice points out some of your wounds prior to them starting. And then they look mildly surprised when the maester's apprentice shucks his maester's robes and is very much a her beneath that. Then voila. So yes, you two are able to continue the conversation while getting oiled down and deep tissue massaged by some experts at the Jade Spring.
Okay. Sounds like a wonderful evening.
Yeah, like, kind of during his massage, Adam will probably, like, kind of having sort of offloaded to Luke and Reyna, will, like, probably talk to Albin a bit about stuff, about kind of, like, where he's at, like,
Like
with
how
no kind of expectation of him caring or anything, but just kind of all the stuff he's been kind of holding in just kind of tumbles out, basically.
Albin is, as part of their jobs, like, remember, these people are, these are the high class pillow houses in King's Landing. You're not down in Flea Bottom just tossing someone a copper for a tumble out back. So, like, they are good listeners. They seem to be paying attention, and they make empathetic noises at appropriate times. Yada yada yada. But Albin is actually, kind of understands where you're coming from a bit. He goes, well, I didn't have the same problems, of course. But yes, it can be hard for any Dornishman outside of Dorne, regardless of our actual proclivities. These Northerners make assumptions, and just kind of companionably continuing the rub down, while sympathetically listening.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess kind of Adam will just kind of. Oh, this sounds really pathetic, but just like ask him to just hold him for a bit afterwards.
He gives you a warm chuckle. That is certainly not the weirdest request that we get, and perhaps not as uncommon as you might think.
Yeah,
If you'd love, I could let my hair down like the tall fellow you arrived with.
I would like that very much.
He does so, pulls his hair out of his fancy kind of braids, and, pats his lap or whatever, however you want it to be arranged, yada yada. But yeah, he seems certainly content to do some cuddling.
Yeah, that's probably like where Adam's gonna leave it. But yeah, he's like definitely gonna take to that very much because that's a closeness that he's really been needing.
All right. Those details were fairly PG-13ish or less. Is the same going to be the case if we drop in on Bela?
No, it will be definitely
Didn't
a
think
much more
so.
mature audience for that one.
So we are likely going to continue to keep that a tasteful fade to black.
Yes.
I'm assuming that Luke is also not just asking to be cuddled and comforted.
I mean, a little bit, but also more.
So that will also remain a tasteful fade to black. Oris is also not being cuddled and comforted. So that will remain a tasteful fade to black. Any particular topics of discussion with Reyna and Alares / Sorella?
I forgot that I muted myself. Sorry.
It was kind of
But
nice for a second, but
I asked Sorella if there's anything she thinks I need to know about the death of the Woods.
I'm afraid I wasn't in the tent as they were tending to him. These melees, they have so many injured people that need caring for. But no, not that I can think of.
Okay.
He didn't strike me as a particularly hardy young man. Who knows just what killed him, but these Northerners, one casualty in a melee and they act like it's a surprise.
We're out there beating each other with weapons that are just kind of minimally wrapped. So it's hardly surprising when people die, but
Indeed, a bit of patting on Robert's hammer hardly seems to have done you any favor.
oh, I'm not dead.
He did only hit you once, as I recall.
Okay, I'm all for me getting out there and fighting, but have you seen me standing next to Robert?
It was only very briefly. You weren't within arm's reach of him for long, as I recall.
I was very small compared to him, like a child. But anyway, I, on a battlefield, I would not be choosing to fight him ever. Ever.
If you lot had to, I'd send that squire of yours while Adam was shooting Robert the whole time. Potentially Adam and a few dozen friends.
Exactly. But,
Perhaps with trebuchets.
he is larger than life. And I think even the trebuchet would have problems. But, I don't intend to be doing any of that anytime in this lifetime. And I would like to set the king's mind at ease about us, and I believe we may have made headway in that during this trip.
Well, as I said, he did only hit you the once. I imagine that could have gone quite a bit worse.
Quite. I mean, accidental deaths happen.
Indeed.
I mean, yeah. So, I do think he rather appreciates our courage and trepidatiousness. I don't know. Untrepidation. I need to drink.
I'm not sure that's a word.
I think I made it up.
Well, you know what? If making up words is good enough for Shakespeare, it's good enough for Raina.
Right?
I mean,
But-
especially a Reina that's drunk and on sweet sleep. So it's fine. No one's
think
going
I
to hold
made
it
it up.
against you.
But I like it. It's a mouthful.
I mean, the thing is, like, sweet sleep's totally the stuff that if it existed, well, the equivalent now, the instructions would say, "Do not drink alcohol with this,"
Definitely.
because it's basically morphine.
Is it made from poppy from the poppy?
Well, no, milk of the poppy is morphine.
That's
basically.
morphine.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
technically
sweet sleep is maybe more like diazepam.
So, yeah, don't mix benzos and alcohol, kids.
You learned so much watching this stream.
Right?
Like we're
Drugs
here
are
to
bad. Alcohol
we are-
is bad.
Should I mix drugs and alcohol and harass a waitress? Oh no! Good thing I watched this.
we're all about informing as well as entertaining here on Sea of Spears.
Well, definitely don't do drugs, alcohol, and harass a waitress. Do drugs and alcohol and get her consent.
Right? That's the important part.
Again, and she's at work. She's probably too busy.
That's true. That's true. Don't ever like ask for someone's attentions if they can't immediately flee.
Right? Like be cooler than that.
Be cool.
Be cool.
Speaking of fleeing from attentions, how's Adam doing over in the cuddle room?
Yeah. I think like when having that kind of time to kind of calm down and relax, and he's like everything's kind of nice and he's feeling very safe.
Wow, chick.
Like just all right. Alvin, like if it's all right, like I want to start actually, like I don't want to hide this. I do want to be myself. So I do need to, I need to learn what to do.
Good news.
Can you teach me what to do?
You're in the right place. I'm more than willing to help Adam the Archer become accurate with more than just a bow. And
Okay.
then we're going to tastefully fade to black there also. So, Adam leveled up and got himself a tasteful fade to black.
That's awesome.
Good job,
Happy
Adam.
now?
The only other
I
plan
am happy.
that Alaras has in your continued conversation, Reyna, is to very politely but seriously remind you, keep this secret in the family only. I am Alaras.
Done.
And a little bit of Dornish scandal, joining you at the Jade Spring when I was supposed to be tending to your injuries, is perfectly fine because I'm Dornish and they expect it. But,
Well, I will definitely keep this to myself and my siblings. And I believe that should you choose to continue with this charade, you will make an excellent maester. Maestress?
Maester. Alaras is a he. There are no women maesters.
That's right, there are none. But there could be.
But there aren't.
I know. Alright, but I do appreciate the fun in that.
Does Reyna have any other plans for that room?
No. Just
We're
hang out
doing
with Sorella and
an
then,
actual massage level fade to black?
yeah, actual
not a
massage.
Tasteful fade to black the way everyone else is?
No, not here. At home.
All right then. Alaras is going to leave a little early, back in his robes, straightening everything out, etc., etc. He will depart first, and then we can jump to House Nymerian assembling in the lobby of the Jade Spring. Does that work for everybody?
Yeah.
All right then. House Nymerian assemble in the lobby of the Jade Spring.
I will be awaiting my siblings with a platter of sweets.
Oh, good.
And-
I'm starving.
I
Hello,
thought.
Raina. What are those?
What?
What are those?
They're dumplings and I don't know, sweets. Honeyed figs,
Oh. Oh, holy shit, that sounds good.
right? And a little bit of cheese in case the honeyed sweet figs are too sweet for you. And some dates, which I love. I hope that you all had a wonderful evening.
You.
It was
Yeah,
lovely,
that was
thank
good.
you. Yeah.
Good. Nobody appears to be more injured than when I saw you last. So.
Wow, you can't see under my clothes, but
Well, I mean, the people who come out more wounded than when they went in are what they call specialists.
Specialists.
The
gotta get back to the party before everybody wonders where we went.
the
Or drink
madam
all the wine.
the madam approaches for a moment. Your squire has asked for another tankard brought to his room. It seems he'd like to stay a while. And she kind of glances to each of you to get permission to keep the squire, and if not, to have to kick him out.
Just because it's funny to me, I'll look to Raina for an answer.
You may keep him for longer. Just make sure he stumbles his way back across the road before dawn.
He will not be the first or last to do so, my lady. Thank you for your patronage at the Jade Spring, and for King Robert's generosity.
Of course.
So, heading
You're
back
welcome.
to the Greentree.
Yes.
You notice that Thoros of Mir is still there, telling some uproarious story that happens to be a joke you remember hearing before, nominally about the Seven. It's not the father and the warrior stuff, but it's once upon a time a father and a warrior and a mother, and right, like it's that sort of thing where they're very carefully not quite heretical, but it's a joke about a family that's walking down the road, blah 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 blah. And then it ends with like, "What? You meant the other end of the horse?"
What the?
And Thoros of
Oh,
Mir,
that old one.
she and Alisane are howling with laughter. Alisane may or may not just get it about the Seven. She might actually get it and just not care. Everyone else is laughing, still with kind of inappropriate gusto. Except you notice standing at the bar and frowning disapprovingly at all and sundry is the young squire, Alan Ambrose, who still holds in his hands a handkerchief of green embroidered with gold and is sitting by himself at the bar, refusing everything and just saying, "Eleanor need not know I was here," as he kind of runs this handkerchief through his hands and is scowling disapprovingly at the whole bar. It is not my fault that I am here. They tarry somewhere, but Eleanor need not know. She need not be offended. It's fine. Everything will be fine, Alan. You're doing as your lord bade you. It will be fine. And perched on the bar next to him is a full plate helmet in blackened steel with a scar / scratch across the faceplate and one gilded antler arching up from one side of it. So one of Sir Garland Tyrell's squires. Seems to have made a delivery.
Nice.
And he is just red-faced and like trying not to sneak glances at the, 75% clothed ladies, etc., etc., just doing his like 15-year-old heart proud, trying to
bless.
stay good and pure and righteous in the green tree.
I will
I-
saunter in my freshly loosened muscles and body. And I will lean next to him at the bar and point. I believe that is for us.
Oh, thank the seven you finally arrived. Just any of you. All of you were gone. I was to just give it to any of you, and then I could be on my way.
Wait.
Oh, Eleanor. Oh, thank you, Eleanor. Yes, here, take it, and let me be gone from this place. Please, my lady, I've never been in a brothel like this before.
Oh, you are so young. Brothel is across
Technically
the street.
Yeah, brothel across the street. So
Yep.
And your Eleanor is blessed to have you as her love. I will gladly accept this gift.
Adam can identify with every single bit of that 15-year-old awkwardness.
He sketches you a polite bow, and then fucking Roan Rudder meet zip out of
I
there.
intercept him.
Like, he gives you a genuinely plaintive look on his way out as he tries to like sidestep around you, and like you juke to stop him. He's like, "Sir, please, my business in this place is done. I am needed elsewhere."
I kind of consider torturing him a little bit, but he looks busy. Everybody already harassed Adam, so I let him go.
Aww.
He hurries out, and as he passes Bela and Adam in the back of the Nymerian pack, you hear him starting. You hear him starting with like maiden forgive me, mother forgive me, crone forgive me, maiden forgive me, mother forgive me, crone forgive me.
Oh
As
my
he's
god.
like praying to himself as he rushes
bless him.
away. But there is the rest of the helmet, because word got out throughout King's Landing that it was sought after by House Nymerian. No doubt some coins had to change hands to make some lucky small folk give it up, but there you go.
Would you like me to stash it in my room with the antler, sister?
Yes, Adam, I would.
I'll look after it then. I'll make sure that it's safe. Are we going to put it back together?
I think it would be a stunning addition to the hall, the Great Hall at back home,
I agree.
all in one piece.
Yes, I mean it's a pity that it's a little bit broken, but I reckon we can get it more or less whole.
Mhm.
Well, not us, the blacksmith.
It needs to look broken because
Well-
we broke it.
Well, yes, I suppose yes. All right, I'm gonna take it upstairs then.
If it's missing a small chunk, that will be fine because it will underscore the brokenness that we.
Well, look at it. It's got a whole bit carved out the front. By the gods, Raina, I mean it's more than a chunk.
It's thrilling.
But
To be
it'll
clear, the scar across the front isn't like a cleave through the metal or anything. It's just where like the blackening has been visibly scratched up,
Oh, okay.
by the sword
Fair enough.
strikes. So yeah, it's not. It wasn't hacked at with Valyrian steel that actually like tore it or whatever. It's just visibly marred, from like the coloring of it. So yeah, it's just got the kind of dramatic scar across the front.
Which I find most appealing.
Yes. It's gonna. You know what? Yeah, it's going to make a very nice display piece. A good memento.
Absolutely. What Nymerians accomplished when we work together, us and our allies.
Quite.
To our allies.
Yes, to our allies. I'll be back
I
shortly.
raised a creaky horn. I don't know where I got it from.
Little Robert Frey, to your allies! He
Oh.
clambers up on top of a bar stool to give a grown-up sized.
Yeah, Adam's going to take it upstairs. I'll be back in a minute.
Let that which drink has brought together, no geography shall tear asunder.
Oh, Lord. I feel like this has been a momentous week. Not the least of which because all of my siblings are together again.
Hey, did you know Adam doesn't like women?
What?
I
No.
was right there.
Right where? Wait, what? What happened?
I guess he only likes men, and he was all into Oris, but Oris turned him down. I guess he kissed him.
Oh.
I guess he got a
I was
step
Wait, he
stool
kissed him?
first, but
Interesting.
yeah, that's what he said.
They've been kind of weird around each other.
I guess he wasn't into it.
Yeah, he
That
said it.
explains it.
The awkwardness abounded.
Huh. Well, that makes sense given the conversation I had with Adam earlier this week.
Wait.
Wait.
Do you think that explains why Adam's been so obsessed with Corbray?
I came back at the right time.
Hey, Adam.
Hey.
Oh,
No,
look
it's,
at
no, it's
that.
okay. No, it's okay. Like, pretend I'm not here. It's fine.
he's not back.
Was that in or out of character because it works so well either way?
No, I was meaning out of character. I'm happy for this conversation to.
Oh, well. But yes, I do think that's why. Because
Guess those northern bastards had him convinced he had to hide this shit? I don't know. It's weird.
that is the
Northerners.
custom.
Right?
And it is a shame. But that is not how he has to live now. Be proud of himself. All of himself. Yeah.
Well, that should be the only neuroses he has left then.
I'm sure there's more. I'm
Yeah,
sure
but-
there's more.
Yeah, I wish he had said something. I was trying to get him in bed with his woman, and
Well, that would have made even more neuroses. So.
well, I just assumed he was interested but was nervous, you know.
Well, I'm just
I
glad.
don't like women.
I'm just glad that that conversation happened.
What conversation?
Oh, hey, Adam.
Hey.
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Excellent.
Did you enjoy your session over there?
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like you did enjoy it.
Ah.
Yeah, yeah. Look, I know it wasn't ideal circumstances, kind of getting there, but you know,
Yeah, next time I want to get early before she takes all the good men. I'm gonna nudge Bela.
What-
Well, all of
well,
you were just sitting there dithering around, arguing over something and being all weird and nervous. I wasn't gonna wait.
yeah. Yes, sorry about that, Bella.
No, it's. I mean, do what you will.
No,
I
she
just,
should
I
apologize.
just
Don't
wasn't gonna
apologize
wait
to her.
for you. That's it.
Oh, have you two told her already?
Told her what?
Looked it.
It's fine.
Okay.
You know, our conversation earlier this week makes a lot more sense now.
I guess it does, yeah. I'm sorry for hiding it.
It's fine. I understand. It's fine.
Just remember, there are things we hide from people. There are things we hide from family. That last bit is nothing. We don't hide things from family.
Currently providing a sound cover for this conversation is Nathan Lugas with renewed gusto, trying to show off his patented headbutt technique, but this time actually bashing his squire Josman Peckledon in the face because he's been drinking all night. And Peck starts swinging at him because he's been drinking all night too. And Red Ronnet Connington and Sir Balin Swan kind of laughingly break it up after letting Peck get in a good couple of swings. And they start to kind of drift away. Alysanne Mormont comes shuffling back in from a back room, fixing her trousers, along with Lothar Brune, who is fastening his belt, and they're looking to see if they need to break anything up. And then they start to drift away. Bessa of Flea Bottom seems to be asleep in one of the booths, with an empty tankard lying in front of her. And Lil Robert Frey is sitting on the bar, kind of kicking his legs, and watching everybody, because he's 12 and he wants to stay up forever. So he's he's just looking to hang out, and but most people seem to be kind of drifting away. So after that scuffle, you guys are left with either the noise as cover, and now you've largely closed the Greentree. So things are dwindling, unless anyone is making moves to ask anybody to stick around. Looks like you're kind of closing the place out.
Well, I mean, Adam would like to speak to Robert Frey, but not of any particular significance. So I was just gonna go and say hi to him, because we sat together for the whole melee, so, and I didn't actually get to speak to him at all. Kind of beyond going, hey man, stop talking smack about my family.
Anybody else want to call dibs on an NPC before then? All right, then we can go right to Adam and Lil Robert.
Hello, Robert.
Oi.
Have you had? You seem to be having a nice night.
Lady Alysanne's not paying me any attention at all. I've been drinking as much as I want, taking food from people what passed out or otherwise seemed finished. I ain't good.
Right. Try not to overdo it though, because if you overdo it, you will feel really, really strange in the morning.
You're not a knight. I don't have to do what you say.
Oh God, you sound like Joffrey. Do you want to
That's
sound
not nice.
well,
Right?
well, you know what, Robert, I was do you want to sound like that? Because if not, no, well, of course not. Don't go nobody ever made friends by telling people that they're not a knight.
Well, nobody ever made friends by telling people not to drink.
I'm not telling you not to drink. I'm making a friendly suggestion that you might want to start winding down for the night. Someone very wise the other night took a drink out of my hand when I'd had too much, and I'm just passing the kindness along.
Well, you are pretty old.
I'm
Fine.
5 and 10, you rude git.
Well, you're older than me. I just mean you know things, or you probably drink even more than me. And I heard you went across the street.
I did.
Did you kiss a girl?
I did not.
You skipped the kissing?
I accompanied my siblings on an adventure, shall we say.
So we shall. You kissed girls.
Sure, I kissed every girl in there, Robert. All of them.
I,
You seem all right, Robert. And I know that being the youngest is not easy. So, just know that, I might be a little bit older than you, but I know what it's like to be you right now.
you seem all right too, for a Dornishman.
Well, I'm only half a Dornishman.
Because you're still growing?
No, because I'm also half dragon.
All the dragons are dead.
Let a wyvern.
Well, some things don't really die, they just change.
All right. Well, I'm going to finish that drink over there because Sir Nathan is clearly not going to finish it. But then I will go to bed.
That's fair enough.
And he hops down off the bar and makes his way over to grab the unspilled drink left over there. Yada yada.
I'm full of wisdom.
It's because you're so old.
You're so old and wise. You're pretty wise, but
I like little Robert. I'm kind of like Adam is kind of feeling a pull to sort of steer him away from the way that the rest of the phrase are and kind of go, you seem okay, I think I can save you before you become one of them.
Yeah.
He's probably wrong, but that's okay.
He has seemed like an okay kid the times that you lot have seen him. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll let him go and take Nathan's drink because I find that funny anyway.
Yeah, Nathan is alternately apologizing to and coaching on how to throw a proper punch, lad, with Peck, his squire, while Sir Balin Swan and Red Ronnet are over there just laughing like, he knows how to throw a proper punch. We told you. He's the one that just punched you. That was him, not us. He did pretty solid with that right. Like, so the four of them are over there kind of trying to drunkenly explain the situation to one another a minute and a half after it unfolded. But they seem fine. They're all right.
they're cracking me up over there.
Raina, Bela, any particular plans with NPCs before they start to drift away?
No, I think I'm going to gift a silver stag to the musician of the night, and a special thanks for that Sir Marin Cant number that he did earlier in the evening.
Harwin gladly takes your coin with a bit of a bow, and he goes, it was my pleasure, my lady. It was just the song we needed to lift the spirits in the room after hearing about the loss of that poor woods lad.
Yes, it was excellent timing. Thank you again.
I'm only sorry I missed the fight itself.
Oh,
I'm afraid I made it to King's Landing a few days late, and I've only caught the tail end of the tourney, but it's a catchy tune, and the women in particular tend to like it. So,
they do.
so thank you, my lady.
Oh, excuse me, Harmon. You probably don't remember me. I'm Adam Nymerian. I was a squire at White Harbour um, for the last few years. I've enjoyed your playing very much.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear it, young lord. It makes me a poor singer, but I'll not lie. I'm afraid I don't remember you from White Harbor, but pages and squires all kind of blur together to us. But I have heard of Adam the Archer of House Nymerian, beloved of the small folk, and I do believe you got me a meat pie for just a copper penny the other day. So I'll thank you for that, young sir.
Well, perhaps I might warrant a song someday.
I don't see why not. I'll have to talk to someone that saw the archery contest, or you could tell me how it went if you.
Sure. I mean, it's getting a bit late just now, but if you're going to be sticking around the next couple of days, then perhaps.
Oh, I'm sure I could convince old Lyle to give me a room. We'll talk on the morrow.
Well, you know what?
can't-
I'd be happy. You know what? I'm quite flush at the moment. I'd be happy to pay for your room because I'd certainly. I would really love to hear some of the songs from the north. I've. It's been like a second home to me.
Well, of course then, young lord. I'll ask that we not miss the final bout tomorrow. But
Of course.
other than that, I'm at your service.
I insist then that you come sit with me when we watch it then.
Ah, splendid.
That's good. It was very nice to meet you.
He gives a cheerful bow and goes off to explain to Lyle Brewer that his room is on the Nymerian tab. So he wants to upgrade, etc.
Yeah, I'll make sure that happens because I've got fuck tons of money right now.
All right.
Fucked us.
Raina, you got anything going on?
Not tonight, no.
Anything from Luke?
At this point, Luke is drinking kind of alone in the Greentree as everybody kind of leaves, and he has a big horn of ale. And he's just having it alone unless anybody interrupts him.
He's
Okay.
being
I mean-
introspective.
Yeah, I mean, like Adam would go back and would go and join Luke. After
Okay.
speaking to Harmon.
So,
I'm going to go to bed because I have drank heavily. I've had some sweet sleep, and I've had a wonderful massage.
well, as Raina is about halfway up the stairs, after a few minutes of people just kind of sitting in companionable sibling silence and having a few drinks, you hear a gruff voice from the door. Well, seven hells! In my day, we wouldn't have stopped partying yet. What kind of celebration is this? And you look, there is the Blackfish.
Yay! I'm so happy about this.
So,
Hey, I'm not done.
the venerable Sir Brendan Tully has framed himself in the doorway with Maya Stone just behind him, kind of peeking in a little nervously, it looks like. But then she seems fine when she sees who's present and who isn't.
Yeah.
Brendan, Maya, come join us.
And the Blackfish gives a good-natured chuckle, and the two of them make their way across the room. Sorry we made it here so late. I had proper Vale Night celebrations to see to, regaled with tales of glory from the losers of the melee. And a bit of ugliness nearly erupted when Lynn Corbray arrived. But, dull affair. No blood was even drawn. So, we thought we'd come looking for a proper celebration. But it looks like the bastards and the old men have outlived most of this lot.
Well, I think there's still time.
Lyle Brewer comes over with, a pitcher and some cups and yada, yada, yada. So, yeah.
I will glide back downstairs, and Sir Brendan, you are always welcome.
Ah, the Lady Reyna. And he stands up and sketches an appropriate bow. He goes, and her twin, the vanquishers of Robert himself.
Huh. I'll
Hey.
take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, so some might say it was John Aaron that was really the vanquisher, but you came
Right?
very close.
It's been too long since Robert got hit. He misses it, I think.
I think so too. He certainly seemed to be having a lot of fun.
Ah, right up until cooler heads prevailed. But luckily no one got hurt.
Well, the balance of cool heads and hot heads is what makes the world go round, isn't it?
He gives you a pretty canny squint. He was like, I think people were about to. Robert with his blood up is a terrible thing.
I can
Just
imagine.
ask Rhaegar.
Well, we can't because he's dead.
Right? Yep. I think now that I've seen the spectacle up close, I choose not to be that close again. When there's a hammer in His Grace's hands.
Yes.
So, yes,
I believe
I
that's
think-
the
I think-
wise action.
Definitely.
Indeed. And he kind of leans back in his chair in a very grandfatherly fashion, like looking pleased with himself. And he arches one of his big bushy eyebrows at Maya. And he goes, Indeed, those with a certain bloodline and temperament have to learn to control those tempers, don't they, Stone? And she blushes furiously.
Are you known for your temper then, Miss Maya?
Speaking of which,
She's-
what was that?
She stammers a bit, and then Brendan leans forward again, an old man with a story to tell. He goes, Yes, the bloodshed that nearly interrupted Lord Peter Baelish's feast began when a certain young bastard girl broke a tankard on the nose of Sir Lynn Corbray's squire as soon as he set foot in the place.
Yes!
Goodness.
Well done.
Congratulations, girl!
Well, that's what he gets for being a cad.
The girl is not in Dorne or from Dorne, and she will not return to Dorne with you. Perhaps a bit less enthusiastic approval.
Would she like to?
Sir Tully, can I ask you something? When the
She
good nature
she-
celebrations.
she stammers at first, and she says, I am very happy with my position in the Vale. I've been honored by House Aaron with a fine spot. But if I would get to punch more uppity squires, there are times that perhaps all that sun wouldn't be as bad.
I like you.
But no, I should stay in the Vale. I've done very well for myself.
You have an open invitation.
Yes,
Reference
I mean,
press.
even temporarily, you will always be welcome at Wyvern's Rest.
Yes.
I take the liberty of saying, of course, that's not up to me.
I yesed it right away. You're good.
Sir,
that's-
Sir Brendan gives her a pat on the shoulder. You're like, maybe we'll visit if there's a tourney down there or some such.
Well, there may be.
We do have them occasionally, apparently.
We're going to.
We should have one soon. I mean, it's going to be my name day soon, so we should probably have some festivities.
You want a name day attorney? Like the
Well-
Princess Marcella?
Oh, come on, I'm prettier than her.
I don't think so, dear
Oh,
Adam.
better behave at least.
Brendan almost chokes on some ale. Maya
Nice.
lets out a giggle that turns into a snort.
Knives in my heart, sister.
Oh, I am so sorry. The Princess
Uh,
Marcella is charming and adorable.
She is very charming.
You are
Better that brother of hers.
Oh, now, Tommen's a good lad.
Oh, it wasn't Common who I referred to, sir.
Tommen is an excellent young boy. He will be strapping and grow strong.
I know exactly who Sir Brendan's who we're talking about.
You're not a knight. You can't say anything about my father. Ugh.
A cunning likeness, young sir.
What? What did that masseuse do to you, Adam?
His face.
You forget the fact that I've had quite a lot.
Sir Tully, may I seek your counsel for a moment?
Uh-oh.
Of course. Though I'm
Uh,
perhaps not as sober as you'd like before giving advice. I will try.
It may be better this way. I seek your advice as a man of years who has spent time here and other places. There seems to be some trouble our family has wandered into when we got into town. The deal with the Danet boy. I think we've been set up. I would seek your advice on how to pursue this further.
You're in King's Landing. Pursue everything carefully. And he gives a shrug. I'm afraid that's near all I've got for you, lad. To hear some of them tell it, you lot butchered your way all the way up here from the Stoneway. From others, you just tore your way through Danet lands before riding the King's Road. Someone said you lot killed a knight on top of murdering the Danet lad.
Apart from the Fox Knight, no.
A Brian, but
So
yes.
you did.
And technically, we didn't kill the Fox Knight.
We did bring the fox side to the king's justice.
Yeah, and there was, but the other knight was the knight who asked us to help him hunt the Fox Knight in the woods.
Yes, Sir Lancier.
Lancelier.
Joris. I fought with him in the Stepstones.
He did perish, but
I'm surprised he made it as long as he did.
He died.
Never a great knight, but never a bad man.
We did. Go ahead, Adam.
I was merely going to say that he died bravely.
He seemed the sort to do so someday, back when I knew him. It's unfortunate that it was Lancier you were with. I just heard you'd killed some knights in the woods, butchered small folks, murdered Adam Danet. Standard Dornish slander, I assumed. I told myself no one half Dornish and half dragon would be stupid enough to cause a ruckus on their way to King Robert's home.
What hopes? I look at my siblings.
We certainly did not start any ruckuses on the way here. And while we are at times rash, we're trying to temper that, especially while we're here.
It's a real shame to the Danet boy. I try to speak to him. Figure we could put whatever problems aside and solve whatever problems he was having together, those Dornish men. And then he would not even look at me.
Well, if you thought someone killed your small folk, you'd probably challenge them. Or, well, and he gives Bela a wink. One of you would.
Well, I'd make sure I knew who did it first. It's a shame, and whoever put him against us, I think, did so on purpose. whether we were to be his executioners or was merely a plot to soil our name. I don't know.
There's a long game at work.
Indeed, you'll likely not find out until it's too late to do anything, one way or the other. That's how the plotting and scheming tends to work, in my experience. But when the time comes, stab the right person, and the gods will find you innocent.
What if you're not good at stabbing people?
That's what family's for, lad.
Hi, Domi.
Tommy says it's supper time.
Who's a beautiful girl? Oh,
Well, I
love
appreciate
you.
your advice, sir. Thank you.
I'm afraid it wasn't as much help as it should have been, but that sort of affair has never been for me. There's a reason I stay out of this damned city, and it's not just the stink. But when duty calls, I come. And he gives Maya a bit of a look. She's clearly the reason that he is here.
Yes.
That's fair enough. And you
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Adam's frozen.
Yeah, looks like we lost Ash.
sorry.
Right, well. Oh, there we go. Looks like we
Yeah.
got Ash back.
Sorry, it Discord keeps crashing.
No problem.
Yeah.
It was your turn to speak, Ash. So
No, it's fine. Like Adam was going to ask him something, but it's not really for the table as such.
Okay.
So yeah, his comment was just, when duty calls, you come to the city, yada yada yada, with a kind of paternal look at Maya, making it clear. And in retrospect, you've never seen her without him nearby, so he clearly seems to kind of be playing chaperone.
I kind
Well-
of look at Maya and I look back at him. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that people like you are here.
People like me. The only thing special about some nights is we live longer enough than others. But we try.
I don't think that's all of it. I think some knights take their vows more seriously than others.
Oh, that's true. That is absolutely true.
That's all too common and something else to watch out for in the city. Not everyone you call sir deserves it. It's a
I
simpler
hope-
life in the
I very much agree. Not everyone deserves it.
And he gives Adam a kind of pointed look. Though not every knight of the Vale is a gentleman either.
I never said they were.
So what happened when he did come to that party? He turned on
Yeah.
his own ally in the heat of battle.
Yeah, the way he sees it, because he announced at first there was no dishonor or disgrace. He simply wanted to test himself against both of the potential champions of the joust. Bronze Yawn was not struck from behind, and a challenge was issued beforehand. So, Sir Lin considers the matter settled. One of the Royce boys
Sir Bronze
nearly got
Yawn.
himself. One of the Royce boys nearly got himself killed, but Maya's well-aimed tankard distracted everyone from matters of honor for a moment, because someone got into the strong wine early and had just finished complaining about a certain squire from House Redfort not long before a certain squire from House Redfort came swaggering in.
Well struck, Maya. I believe that you may have actually forestalled a worse incident. In the long run, you did House Royce a favor.
she blushes, and looks like she wants to like, see, I told you. Like she's got that sort of look on her face. But she gives a kind of a sidelong glance to Brendan Tully and just chuckles kind of nervously instead of standing up
See,
for herself.
what terrible influence on your young lord.
I kind of like 3/10 want Oris to walk in and see her.
Only
3/10?
3/10.
That's an odd number.
I'm more like at like 7/10.
Oh, wow.
6/20ths then.
Although a part of that 7/10 is so Adam can scowl at Oris.
Well, Oris got the nod to spend as much of King Robert's coin as there is to be spent, to spend as long as he wants at a whorehouse, so he is doing exactly that. He is drinking heavily and enjoying himself for one of the last few nights before he is on his way back to Wyvern's Rest and the Axe. So
Yeah,
Oris is
doesn't
not
care.
going to be returning.
He doesn't care whose heart he's breaking.
Probably not
hear
right
that.
this second, no.
He's not here to fuck Adam. He's not here to fuck his sister. What is wrong with that boy?
It really makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Robert,
Right.
you nearly made me spit out good alcohol.
God damn it,
Well,
Luke.
don't do that. I would never want such a thing. Just know that.
So, any other particular conversational topics
Yeah,
besides just some? Okay, go ahead then.
yeah. Well, the thing is, like, Adam didn't want to ask this in front of everyone, but Adam does want to ask Sir Brendan a question.
Okay.
It's
You
just a matter of
ask Sir Brendan to take the air for a moment.
yeah.
Type of.
Yeah.
He gives a big melodramatic
He's
sigh.
been out for 5 minutes. He's already hitting on Brendan Tully.
Thoughts of Brendan Tully.
Fuck off.
He gives kind of a melodramatic sigh and makes a big show of standing up, and he goes, "Fine, fine. I'll walk in the gardens as you turn me against your older siblings to take over the house. Right then, let's get to it." And he makes his
Adam,
way.
I cannot believe you.
Right?
And he makes his way to the door.
Maya, have a drink with us while our brother turns against us, please.
Yeah, Maya seems content to stay and to let somebody else suffer from Brendan Tully's dad humor for a bit.
I wish he was my dad. Adam doesn't have a dad.
Dad, how?
No,
Like daddy?
no.
Different.
Robert, there's a difference between dad and daddy. Those are
Yeah.
different.
Fair.
Len is daddy.
Oh my god.
So, taking
Fucking
the aim.
Right. Sir Brendan, this might seem like an odd question, but you've gone quite a long time without getting married.
That's a terribly rude way to tell a man how old he is.
No, I don't mean it like that, sir. I actually want to know how you do that.
Oh, I have a tremendous argument with your only sibling until the point he threatens to have you killed and then flee the Riverlands and run to the Vale to try and make yourself of service to a different noble family entirely.
Right. What if that's not?
What if I have 3 siblings?
You see, I have 3 siblings, and they're very kind and understanding, but I can't. But my grandfather wants me to get married, and I don't want to get married.
Indeed, it sounds like you need to decide what to do, young man.
Yes, that's why I'm asking you.
Who does he want you to marry?
I don't know yet. They want me to get married before I'm even 6 and 10, and that you seem like someone who might understand.
Well, I was the brother to the Lord of the Riverlands. Marriage, for me, was a power play for a vassal family, or a way to tie our house to another lord somewhere else. You are the fourth born, so if you'll pardon me saying so, I hope no insult is intended towards House Nymerian. Perhaps the stakes are a bit lower. You've 3 other siblings to marry, including 2 lovely sisters, and a dashing, if perhaps a bit soiled, older brother. It may be that your grandfather's in no particular rush to wed you.
Perhaps that's not the impression I got from Lady Olenna, though. She said her wording was that we all should have been betrothed long ago.
I don't suppose you mean someone besides the Lady Olenna Tyrell.
Oh, we could definitely not be discussing her. It's definitely another Lady Olenna.
I get the feeling that you're not very good at lying sometimes, young man. Has your grandfather sicked the Queen of Thorns on you lot to wed you off?
Uh-oh. Adam's having
Yeah.
technical.
Yeah, that's cool. Got you back now. Sorry.
All right. So yeah, you mentioned the Lady Olenna. He was just like, I suppose it's too much to help that you mean some other Lady Olenna.
Yeah. No, I got that bit, and I've kind of gone, no, definitely not that one. But
Right. Well, if your grandfather's determined enough to marry you lot off to get her involved, she's not taken to half measures, the Lady Olenna. I'm sure she'll find you a good match. And I'm sure she'll find you a necessary match. And I'm sure that you'll be moved about like a piece on a Sivas board.
that's the bit I don't. I think. Well, that's one of the main bits I don't like. I'd rather move my own piece.
Right. Well, we don't always get to do that, lad. And when we do, there's repercussions. How do you think you'd look in head-to-toe black? Perhaps they could use your bow at the wall.
It's that bad, is it?
I had to become the Blackfish. You might need to become the Black Wyvern, or Drake, or whatever it is you choose to call yourself, but perhaps not all the way to the Vale or all the way to the wall, but going against your family's wishes, refusing to marry if they need you to, well, it's refusing your lord, in a way, isn't it? It's quite an insult.
Well, it's my hope that if my sisters and brother marry, that it won't be a need so much.
Indeed. So, without knowing the match that they have in mind, without knowing what manner of insult you'd levy against them by refusing or running off, without knowing what matches they have in mind for your sisters or your brother, there's no advice that can suit you, lad. Everything in this damned life is a matter of scale, a matter of circumstance. No one can make your decisions for you but you, lad. And no one can live with the consequences of your decisions but you.
I appreciate that, Sir Brendan. Thank you.
I had to give some similar advice to your ward, Venin, just a few days ago, but we'll see how the both of you take it, I suppose.
I suppose we will. But I appreciate you being direct with me.
Good lad. Now, let's go see who can drink and stay up for longer. The lads or the lasses, huh? Back inside we go.
Are you going to take my drink out of my hand again?
Probably not.
Then let's go.
And so, with that, we will end the evening with some pleasant conversation, the occasional talk about the War of the Ninepenny Kings, some chatter about what Maya Stone does for House Aaron, and just kind of mellow, winding down type of drinking. And that will be how the session ends. 3 lads, 3 lasses, varying social standings, ages, status, orientations, physical ability, etc., etc. Just taking it easy and mellowing away the rest of the night until they stumble off to sleep. Sound good?
Yes. Yes.
Well,
Yes.
all right then.
Sorry
We
for
will
you.
see.
We are the champions.
We are the champions.
So
No
I have to go rather
time
quickly
for
because
the
Bodhi is acting
loser.
like I'm starving her.
Well, that's because you are starving her, Felicia. She
And
was
Oh.
growling. She's been growling for food for at least 30 minutes, and that's like 7 times 30 minutes in dog years. So you are being cruel to my doggos. But we do all have to take off. So, chat, thank you for joining us. We hope you enjoyed this very special episode of A Night at the Greentree, where we shared not only revelry, but life advice. We will see you
Don't
all.
harass waitresses.
Yes, don't harass waitresses, don't mix
Don't
drugs
harass it.
and booze. We will see you all back here in 2 weeks' time for the climactic finale of the Princess Marcella's Name Day tourney, as we have the grand championship of the joust, as Bronze Jan Royce squares off with Sir Garland the Darlin of House Tyrell. And then the closing feasts, when all the prizes are finally revealed and given to the various champions. So we will see you all back here in 2 weeks' time for all that funness and all the drinking, the revelry, the socializing, the plotting, the scheming, and the clink of gold dragons as prize money gets handed out. So hope everybody had as good a time as we did, and we'll see you back here in 13 days and 20 hours.
Oh,
Thanks,
Long.
everybody.
long.
Bye.
Bye.
bye.